Eddie, testing 1 2 3. 1 2 3. Eddie, testing.
Mic check. Testing.
Okay, we're good.
All right, thank you.
Leo, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to call to order the regular city commission meeting for Tuesday, July 18th, 2023 at 7:03 PM. We have roll call, please.
Commissioner Drosky,
Here.
Commissioner Hudak,
Here.
Commissioner Preston,
Here.
Vice Mayor Parnas,
Here.
Mayor Gantz.
Here, will you please stand for a moment of silence and our pledge of allegiance? pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice. We have approval of the city commission meeting minutes for the regular city commission meetings of June 6th and June 20th of 2023.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Acknowledgement of our city board meeting minutes for the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee meeting minutes of February 6, 2023. Hillsborough Inlet District meeting minutes of May 15th and June 26th. And our Community Appearance Board meeting minutes from May 24th, 2023.
Motion to approve. Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Passes unanimously. Approval of our agenda tonight for July 18th, 2023.
Motion to approve. Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Madam Clerk?
For those attending via Zoom online wishing to speak under public comment or on an item that's open for public input, please click raise hand at the bottom of the participants tab and your audio will be unmuted when you are recognized by Mayor Gans. For those attending via Zoom by telephone, please press *9 to raise your hand and your audio will be unmuted when you're recognized by Mayor Gans. Please make sure your audio is unmuted on your end by pressing *6. Thank you.
Thank you. Our first item tonight is an award and recognition. It's a certificate of recognition that we're going to have Commissioner Preston please present.
Good evening. I want to just share with you a story of great significance about a wonderful young lady who stepped forward to do something and to make a difference. I'm going to read this, but I wanted to give you that she was outstanding in this. On May 23rd of 2023, a deputy transporting a prisoner observed a person sitting on the highway overpass wall with her feet dangling over the side. Unfortunately, he could not take immediate action because he could not leave the prisoner unattended. So he quickly called for assistance. But prior to that, to the deputies arriving, Belinda Spivey, who was passing by, and actually she had came out of the Woodsetter area where she lived and she was going east, noticed this young lady with her feet dangling over and turned around and to go and confront her and talk with her. She stopped and began speaking to the individual to keep her calm, and thereafter the additional deputies arrived and were able to safely remove the individual from the sidewalk. Therefore, the city of Deerfield Beach commends Mrs. Spivey and her courageous response to this crisis. So very often we talk about people not being able to engage. They see things that are happening, but they don't get involved for whatever the reason may be. But every once in a while, we get a chance to see something very special. Every once in a while, we get a chance to see a person able to take responsibility and to look at whatever the situation may be. I want to get involved. And that's what Belinda Spivey did. And because of that, and the deputies that were a part of this situation, this young lady is alive. You see, had she not stopped and engaged her, because I think about all the cars that passed by that saw that young lady that did nothing, which was giving her time to think about what she wanted to do, which was to end her life. But one person intervened and talked to her and made a difference. And because of that, this lady has the chance to redeem her life, change things around her. She gets a chance to do it all over again. Had she did what she wanted to do, had Belinda Spivey not got involved, the news won't be so happy. So, Ms. Spivey, we are so honored to have you here today, and we thank you for what you did, okay?
just want to say something briefly. It's so important that we understand life is bigger than us. And it's not just about. In passing in that moment, I realized that month of May is what? Does anybody remember? Exactly. And that was what she was battling, severe depression and anxiety. As I walked to her, I told her, first thing that came out of my mouth was, I love you. She said, how can you love me without knowing me? I said, because God put me in this position at this moment because that was not my timing to be there, but it was God's time for me to be there. As I post to everyone, it was right person, right time, right place. My friend here, Lori, immediately after that happened, I was so shaken. Being ex-military, second lieutenant, also being a leader, I understood in that moment. It was so different because I was there present, because it could have happened to me. Because I tried to pull her back, she went full, we both went full. I wasn't expecting that. That's not what I stopped for, but God took control of the situation. And I thank you, Lori. I thank you, Michelle. I thank each one of you that I picked up the phone to call because I needed comfort after that. Because to know at 20 years old, you want to end your life at 20, all of us in this room, at 20, that wasn't even a thought for the majority of us. And as a therapist, I understood that something deep inside was pain. And I wanted to know, and I want to be a part. And my friend here that's standing up, I put it on Facebook. Right away, he wanted to set up a goal fund because she said to me, Ms. Spike, I would like your assistance. That was so painful to know you need help because you can't afford to get the proper treatment. Guess what? Everything goes unsafe and she doesn't get what she needs. I've been trying to reach her, but every time I called, I could tell she's so heavily medicated that I can't call. And that's what happens to those people who are suffering. Like she said, no one has ever held me or touched me and told me that they love me without even knowing. And that's what it's all about, sharing and showing love. And I have a young man standing up behind Natalie, is over there. This young man was raised by his father. I was a mother for him. Didn't know, but became a part. That young lady in the back. And they're individuals that with me for 8 years old. I was a community mom. They say, I'm the neighborhood mom with no kids. So I thank each of you, and I thank you, Ms. so graciously. And Miss May just got a phone call and she pushed it and she said, listen, you need to be in line. Because not everybody's willing to take a stand and take a chance. Take a stand and take a chance. Because I didn't know what was going to happen in that moment because the gentleman that was there before me, sitting in his truck, was only concerned about video. Wow. Didn't think to call the police and didn't do anything until I said to him, will you please call? Because it started raining so hard. And sure enough, that deputy that saw her, that was 95, he pulled over, but like he said, he couldn't get involved. And all the other cars, and I said to her, this can't happen on my shift. If you're gonna go down, I gotta go down with you. That's how committed I became in that moment. And I thank God for taking control. So I'm here to serve and I'm here to be bigger than balloon.
Well, all we can say to that is, wow.
Yeah.
It's very challenging. However, I want to just tell you about another man that I'm honoring tonight. This is Staff Sergeant Alberto E. Gomez. Now, I've watched some of his work with kids, you know, because he does the honor guards at the high school. And one thing that I always noticed that, you know, because I've seen honor guards with different organizations, BSO, the fire department, you know, and Deerfield High School and others. And I want to tell you, those kids that he is working with are as good as they come. But that's not all. I noticed that the kids were, very disciplined. So I want to just share these little few words with you. This will help you to get to know him a little bit better. Master Sergeant Gomez served in the U.S. Marine Corps from in 1987 to present. He has taught the Junior Reserve Officers Training Corps at Deerfield Beach High School since 2012, instilling in the students the values of citizenship, service to their country, the United States, personal responsibility, and a sense of accomplishment. Master Sergeant Gomez and his ROTC students have graced the city with their color guards at countless cities events. Therefore, we, the city of Deerfield Beach, would like to thank Master Sergeant Gomez for the steadfast commitment to helping the youth discover their greatness. But that's not all. He demands from those kids detail. We see kids going wrong all the time. And in so many ways, we as adults are somewhat to blame because we hesitate to say no. We hesitate to say this is good. We just have gotten to a point where we don't get involved too much. And then every once in a while, we'll meet people that, and maybe it's his military background, maybe it's just in his heart. But I want to tell you, and make no mistake about it, that Master Sergeant Albert E. Gomez is making a difference with our youth, and we honor him. Would you come up, Mr. Gomez?
Absolutely. I don't know you, Miss Spivey, and I love you already. We always do. I tell my students every day when they come in, you're either interested or you're not. That's simple. It starts with that. 26 years in the Marine Corps, and this is going into my 12th year. And as I told Ben and Mr. Preston a while ago, I enjoy getting out of my car at 7:10 in the morning, knowing that in 20 minutes that bell's gonna ring, and I look forward to it. I'm not a part-timer. I'm there till 6 o'clock in the evening. We do practice after school. We do many activities. I would never turn a community service event down because it gives my cadets an opportunity to be visible. And if they're visible, that means they're doing something productive. If they're doing something productive, that means they're with me. And then when it comes time for them to graduate, hopefully they go to college. I don't push the military on them just because I did it. Some of them do gravitate in that order. A lot of them go to the military, I have to the Naval Academy, West Point, different places like that. So I don't do it for any accolades. I did my accolade stuff in the Marine Corps. Now I do it because you're either interested or you're not. Thank you very much.
While this is a significant recognition that we have here, it's really hard to top the first two that we've just done. We've got a lot of angels in the room here tonight, which is very nice. The popular and well-respected Telly Awards is a premier award that honors video and television across all screens. These up here are not hood ornaments that I'm sitting up here with. It was established in 1979, and the Telly Awards receives over 12,000 entries from all 50 states and from 5 different continents. The Telly Awards recognizes excellence in local, regional, and cable television commercials with non-broadcast video and television programming. Telly Award winners represent work from some of the most respected advertising agencies, television stations, production companies, and publishers from all around the world. Our public affairs and marketing department here in the city of Deerfield Beach has won 3 Silver Telly Awards. The Dear Resident Spotlight feature that we did, featuring Casa Maya Grill's Emilio Dominguez and Ali Tamaboni. The 2022 Juneteenth celebration PSA promo and our Deerfield Legends Youth Football Camp have all been recognized with the Silver Telly, and the city is in the winning company of well-recognized organizations like CBS, Discovery Channel. Therefore, we would like to thank our Director of Public Affairs and Marketing, Rebecca Medina, and her entire talented crew and team for their diligence, creativity, and their professionalism. Rebecca, thank you so much and your team. One each. I could take it off Bernie's car. Rebecca will give you half a minute to speak if we know.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners and Mr. City Manager. Thank you so much for this acknowledgement. We, everything we do, and I don't say this lightly, but everything that we do in this city for this city is with the resident in mind. And so everything from the Juneteenth promo, and along with the other two features that we won these awards for, they were about the resident, and it was about educating, informing, and recognizing people in our community. And we have an amazing team. Everything we do is absolutely with the resident in mind, and this team is very dedicated to the people of this city. We are a small team, but it's a pretty mighty team, and I'm really, really proud of that. But I also want to say thank you to all of you, the members of the commission and Mr. City Manager, for allowing us to create and do the work that we do. You sort of give us a free pass to get out there and be creative as we want to be. And that is very rare in government and pretty much in any organization. So we're very thankful for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Appreciate it.
Okay, we are now at quasi judicial public hearings portion of tonight's agenda. Item numbers 4 and 5, the applicant is here. The applicant is represented. It's my understanding that they're going to present items 4 and 5 together. I'm going to go ahead and read the titles for items 4 and 5 into the record. We will need separate votes on each one of those items. The first item is item number 4, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, considering sign variances for Chick-fil-A Inc., case number 782, to permit 2 additional changeable copy signs in lieu of the 1 changeable copy sign per order window required by the City Land Development Code for the property located at 101 North Federal Highway, Deerfield Beach, Florida, providing for an effective date. And then the second related item is item number 5. And that is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, considering a major site plan modification application from Airline Highway JPMC LLC to demolish an existing bank building and construct an approximately 2,988 square foot drive-through Chick-fil-A restaurant and related site improvements at the property located at 101 North Federal Highway, Deerfield Beach, Florida, in the Highway Business B2 zoning district, application number 22-B2-133. Providing for conflicts, severability, and effective date. Item number 4 is a sign variance, so that will require a 4/5 vote. And then if the applicant's representative, when you come up and state your name and address for the record, can let us know you do have the right to a more formal evidentiary, full evidentiary, quasi-judicial hearing, whether you waive that or not. I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Come on up.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the commission. My name is Jana Loda. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Holland and Knight. I'm here on behalf of Chick-fil-A. I believe, is there to fast forward?
I think you just say next and they will do it. And Ms. Loda, if you can just let me know whether you choose to waive the full evidentiary hearing or not. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Soroka. Yes, again, Jana Loda, and we do waive the full formal requirements of the quasi judicial hearing for tonight. Quickly, In addition to myself, I have two members of our project team with us here tonight from Bowman Engineering. We have Mr. Andres Mizrahi as well as Alma Romero. They're going to be available to answer any questions that I cannot. Hopefully, I'm adequately prepared to answer any questions that you have, but if not, they're here to be able to kind of fill that gap for me. If we can go to the first slide. Before you this evening are two separate applications, as the city attorney indicated. We first have a major site plan application to allow for the redevelopment of the site, as well as a sign variance application seeking to add 2 additional menu boards. We're going to do a single presentation. First, I'm going to talk a little bit about the major site plan, the operational aspects of the site, and then I'll briefly touch on the sign variances, since I think they'll make a little bit more sense once you understand how the site is set to operate. If these applications are approved, it will allow the demolition of an existing BB&T branch bank that has been vacant for quite some time. It's been vacant since the acquisition of BB&T by Truist. And as a result of a deed restriction that limits the use or excludes the use of the property for financial institution use, has been vacant. And for the last couple of years, the owner has been working with Chick-fil-A as a means to try to activate the site with a productive use. So real quickly on the screen before you is kind of a project overview. Again, the property is located at 101 North Federal Highway. The underlying land use is commercial. The zoning is B2. The land use and zoning associated with the property allows the use as a permitted use as of right. The acreage of the site, it's actually fairly large for a Chick-fil-A by standards. It's about 1.37 acres. It's larger than the existing Chick-fil-A site located out on Hillsborough Boulevard. But as you'll see in a moment, the site is significantly different and the operational aspects are significantly different than other sites in the area. Again, it's an existing branch BB&T bank that is presently vacant. Access to the site is via a separate ingress and egress drive from Federal Highway that presently exists, as well as a two-way access at the northwest corner of the site via a private drive that serves the commercial properties to the north, as well as our site to Eller Street to the north. Next slide. This is a little bit further out of an aerial context, just to kind of put the site in relation to the surrounding area. Again, it's located on the west side of Federal Highway, north of Hillsborough Boulevard, and south of Eller Street to the north. Next slide. This is the site plan that is proposed. I know there's a lot of information on it. I have on the next slide a little bit better cleaned up version for you. But once again, the site is proposing an approximately 3,200 square foot facility. This is a small facility by Chick-fil-A standards. It's several thousand square feet smaller than what you typically see. And the reason being is that this is predominantly a drive-through facility. There is absolutely no indoor seating at this facility. The only seating that is provided is outdoor seating, and it's limited to 16 seats. You'll get to see that in a moment. It's anticipated that this facility, as we've slowly tried to roll out new facilities, will help to offload some of the capacity issues with some of the other Chick-fil-A sites. Where we've been able to open a site in proximity to other sites, we've seen almost like a 15% drop in the capacity issues that we've seen at other sites. And that's what happen when you start to add more of the use in the area. You'll see that it starts to equalize the demand across the board. Next slide. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry. You got to go forward a few slides too. I'm sorry. This is where I thought I was going to have control. Keep going. Forward. I apologize. Keep going. 2 more. Another one. Another one. There you go. All right. This is it's effectively our landscape colorized site plan, but I think it provides a good job of showing the circulation within the site and the improvements that's proposed without all the other detail that you typically see on the engineered site plan. Again, access from Federal Highway is going to be maintained through the 2 existing entrances, which you can see here are going to be modified to really channel both as customers enter the site, that it is designed in such a way to channel the traffic in the one-way condition that moves counterclockwise through the site. So as a customer enters from Federal Highway, they are directed to basically turn to the left and then go west and either have an option of entering one of the 3 drive-through lanes or entering that center parking area that you see. The center parking area is largely for people who either ordered online and are coming to pick up. There's a pickup window in the front, or if they're coming to order at one of the takeout windows in the front and then leave the site. Again, as you see, we have 3 drive-through lanes that are proposed. This is unique. Most of the Chick-fil-A sites that you see only have 2 drive-through lanes. This allows for a significant increase in the capacity and queuing on the site just within the drive-through portion of the site, exclusive of the drive aisles. The access from Federal Highway, it's important to know, is a right in, right out condition. That is because there is a fixed median in Federal Highway. So you won't have traffic stopping and trying to queue left onto Federal Highway. The 3 drive-through lanes, there's a covered canopy, which is something you probably have seen through a lot of the Chick-fil-A sites recently. One of the operational efficiencies that Chick-fil-A has sought to deploy is to deploy team members actively out to the drive-through operation to not only take orders to expedite traffic through, but also actually take payment at the same time. So the canopies are obviously to kind of protect our team members when they're out there from the inclement weather that we so often see here in beautiful South Florida. You have a similar canopy at the pickup lane. And in a moment, you're going to see another operational efficiency that we've been deploying at a lot of our existing sites is the use of Tormax doors in lieu of the single pickup window that you see in most quick serve restaurants, where you're waiting for someone to hand the product out to you and pay, and then you get to go. The Tormax doors, as you'll see in a moment, allows us to actually serve 3 cars at one time. And then with the bypass lane that's also proposed on the site plan, it then allows traffic, customers who have already been served to then exit the pickup lane and exit the site safely. That is another operational efficiency that we don't have even on our West Hillsborough store because of the inability to expand that because of a existing drainage easement. Just one thing I'd like to point out, just by way of comparison, the Hillsborough store at its peak, and again, Hillsborough store is not only has a drive-through, but it also has a sit-down indoor restaurant. At its peak, we've measured 35 cars in the queue for stacking. And that is usually the issue you see. That's the issue that you see written up in the papers and in articles, and that is the fear of a lot of residents, is that the queuing will stack up so bad that it's going to spill out onto adjacent right-of-way. This site has been designed from the point where you see, and I wish I had a queuer, but where it says the 3 drive-through lanes with the 3 arrows, from that point to the pickup, we can accommodate up to 31 cars. And that is, and understand again, at its peak, the Hillsborough location, that's using the entire site, is 35. This site has significant operational efficiencies with 3 drive-through lanes. We have the bypass lane, which the Hillsborough site does not have. We have no indoor dining. We have, again, the ability to deploy team members, and the site has a supercharged kitchen, which is totally focused on the drive-through traffic, where you have a full service restaurant or sit down Chick-fil-A. They obviously have the competing demands of both the people who are dining in as well as the drive-through. So a lot of operational efficiencies that have been built into this store. Next slide, please. Now I'd just like to walk you a little bit through the exterior renderings. This site is located in the COD Cove Overlay District. Our project architect was guided by the guidelines in that district, which I'll point out to you in the renderings. You'll see there's not a lot of landscaping shown. That's not to say that we're not providing it. It's more just so that you can see the actual architecture of the building, which was particularly important when we went through the CAB review. So you'll see here we are proposing a metal seam roof with the brackets to simulate the exposed roof rafters. We're proposing hardy board siding or lap siding on the side of the building. We also are proposing a secondary material at the bottom, the concrete stucco, to kind of create that contrast. The covered porch with railing, canopies over the exposed door, predominantly vertical rectangular windows with trims, the metal shutters awning over the windows that you see, which is typical of that Key West style, the light building colors, as well as the picket fence around the 16 outdoor seats. Next slide, please. This is a view of the site from the northwest looking to the southeast. So you see a portion of the triple drive-through to your right. This just gives you another view kind of the elevation. Here, this shows pretty clearly that we have actually two different roof types that are being proposed. The hip roof and mansard roof, I believe, is part of the elevations. Next slide. This is a good view. This is a view from the southwest looking to the northwest towards Federal. To the left, you see the triple drive-through, the covered canopy that allows us to deploy team members during peak hours to really supercharge the efficiency through the drive-through. You also see in this picture in the drive-throughs the 3 menu boards that we are proposing. The menu boards are fairly small in scale. The variance, which you'll hear about in a minute, is really just to allow the additional number, the 2 additional menu boards, since we have the triple drive-through operation. This slide also shows you as part of the CAB review, we agreed to add 3 more faux windows. These are faux windows because it's the back of the house, unlike the other windows, but they will mimic in style the windows that you see throughout the rest of the elevation. On the right, you see, of course, the covered canopy and the dual basically bypass and pickup lane on the south side of the store. Next slide. All right, this is a view from Federal, again to the northwest, I believe. Here you start to get a glimpse under the canopy of the Tormax doors. Tormax door is actually a sliding door that opens that physically allows our team members to exit the building and can physically serve 3 cars up to one time. Delivering the product, many of which have already paid for the product because it was done over at the point where they actually placed their order. One of the big issues you see at Chick-fil-A's is where, one, there is not a bypass lane. So a car may be ready to pick up their order, but somebody getting a catering order ahead of them is having to wait, so they can't leave the site, which then queues up the traffic in the drive-through. That's not going to happen here because we have the bypass lane. We also have, because of the canopy, which accommodates 3 cars, it can shelter up to 3 cars, the ability to literally deliver product to 3 cars at one time. And once they get that product, they can leave through the bypass lane. And then as you can see here, we channel it into a single lane to safely leave the site to either exit onto Federal Highway, or if they choose to exit to the north through Eller Drive. Next slide, please. All right, I'm back to the landscape plan, and I want to just kind of talk a little bit about that. This just again shows you the kind of the robust landscaping that's proposed, particularly along the west elevation. There is a host of landscaping that's provided in a multitude of layers: Calusa, Podocarpus, Ficus, high-rise live oak, saw palmetto, among others. It is a very deep and, as I said, multi-tiered landscape buffer that was specifically done not only to shield the drive-through operations from the residents to the west, but also was further fortified as a comment from the city's independent noise consultant. Obviously, we have landscaping along both the south and north property lines, particular emphasis on the dumpster, which I will note will also have the lap siding similar to the building. It won't be just a concrete structure. It'll have the lap siding with the darker color that ties it into the base of the building. The interesting thing with the kind of the separate ingress and egress is it really allows kind of for a statement landscape for the entry from Federal Highway. If you've ever been to a Chick-fil-A, and which you'll probably find out why later when I talk about how they operate, their sites are fastidiously clean. They keep them very clean throughout the day and in the night. All right, next slide, please. All right, now I'd just like to talk, because I know, again, you're probably going to hear comments regarding issues at other sites that are clearly markedly different than what's being proposed here. But I want to talk to you a little bit about the operational improvements that Chick-fil-A has been deploying. And every single one of these across the board are being folded into the site that's before you tonight. Since COVID and the advent of third-party delivery systems like DoorDash and Uber Eats, Chick-fil-A has certainly seen an increase in the demand for its drive-through operations. As a result, Chick-fil-A has implemented a number of site and building design changes and operational changes to increase the efficiency of its drive-through operations. I've already mentioned a number of those with the increase in the number of drive-through lanes. Indeed, Chick-fil-A was probably one of the leaders in the field in going from a single drive-through to a dual drive-through consideration. And again, in this site, we're not only proposing 2, we're proposing 3 drive-through lanes. Chick-fil-A has also implemented technology and training to deploy attendants, like I indicated before, team members out during peak hours to collect orders and otherwise just manage the site. Next slide, please. Another building design tool, again, that's been folded into the site is the Tormax windows and the Tormax doors, excuse me, and the elimination of that single pickup window that you see in the lower image there. The Tormax doors allow a great deal of flexibility to actually physically approach the car and deliver the product. And as again, to deliver the product to not only one car, but to multiple cars at the same time. And with the canopy to do that in a sheltered space. Next slide, please. Again, one of the critical differences of this site than most every other Chick-fil-A that you'll see in the area is that there is no indoor dining. So we do not have a conflict of customers coming to the site to use the playground, to buy food, sit indoors and eat indoors. The conflict with customers trying to get out of their parking space and a conflict because of the drive-through, that's not going to be seen here. To the extent someone's coming to order takeout or takeout from the takeout window and leave the site, we have a separate dedicated area that's separate and apart from our drive-through area in the center of the site. The other thing that's important is that this entire site, the inside, since there's no indoor dining, is a supercharged kitchen that can turn the product out much quicker and faster, which by Chick-fil-A standards is super fast, to really serve that efficiency of the drive-through operations. Next slide, please. Now I'd like to talk about the thing that makes Chick-fil-A unique, and that is the operator model. Chick-fil-A, as you know, is an industry leader in the quick serve restaurant space, or the QSRs, as we call it. They're well known for their customer service, the efficiency of their drive-through, the pristine maintenance of their sites and their landscaping, among many other things. And that's largely in part to this operator model. What many people do not know is that, one, Chick-fil-A is a family-owned business. It is not a public corporation. Chick-fil-A owns all of their assets. They don't franchise and then just give them the name and then the actual asset is owned by the franchisee. They own all of their assets. They have an operator model where they vet an operator for a site that has one of the key requirements is that they have to live in that community, be a part of that community. The other thing that's unique is it's very rare to have an operator have more than one site. It's typically one operator, one site, which means that is their sole focus, is their one site. So that's something I think that is fairly unique, because with a lot of other quick serve restaurants, you see franchises and companies that own multiple locations and don't show quite the attention that a single operator would have for their single site. All right, we'll do the next slide. I'll talk now. Next is noise control. As part of our site plan, and we submitted, just so you all know, we submitted about a year ago our site plan to the city, which has gone through a number of DRC reviews. And as noted in the staff report, at this point, the site plan is considered to be in compliance with not only the comprehensive plan, but also the land development code. As I noted earlier, the use is a permitted use as of right within the zoning district. In connection with the review, staff, because we do have, I believe it's a number of duplexes and single family homes behind us, they wanted to make sure that we commissioned a noise study. We also commissioned a traffic impact statement, both of which were reviewed by independent consultants hired by the city. With respect to noise control, after reviewing the site plan and our noise study, the city's noise consultant, and understand our noise studies show that even with all 3 drive-throughs operating, HVAC, all the other ambient noise at the receiving property line, we are within the city's noise control ordinance. Notwithstanding that, the city's noise consultant still suggested 7 different items that they felt would further mitigate any issues with respect to noise. All 7 items listed by the city's consultant have been folded into this site plan. One of them, we have raised the wall at the back to 6 feet and are willing to raise it further. We have planted the additional landscaping as noted in the landscape comments. the other items that are listed on here, we agreed to reduce our hours to close at 10 PM at night. As you know, we do not operate on Sundays. Deliveries and trash pickup will also be scheduled for the daytime hours. So basically, again, all 7 items listed by the city's independent noise consultant have been folded into the site plan. All right, we'll go to the next slide. The other thing is traffic, and certainly that is something that is a concern to everyone. The traffic impact analysis was prepared by the applicant and reviewed by the city's independent traffic consultant. The conclusions were that the proposed site plan and redevelopment for Chick-fil-A will not adversely impact adjacent roadways or affect the current LOS or level of service of these same adjacent roadways. Also, given the triple drive-through and operational efficiencies of this particular site that I've been describing throughout this presentation, the on-site stacking is sufficient to support peak operations with no spillage on adjacent properties or public rights of way. I think it's important to note here that the FDOT permit for our access onto and off of Federal Highway has been granted already in connection with this application. With respect to traffic, and again, I'm sure you might hear some comments about that. Typically, the issues that you have with Chick-fil-A is not so much the traffic, but the queuing operations associated with the drive-through that oftentimes impact properties off-site. I'm hopeful that you have seen that with this site plan that we have folded in a number of operational efficiencies to assure that the stacking can be fully contained within our site. From the drive-through, and again, from the drive-through queue into the queue, as I noted before, we are providing almost equivalent to what you have at the Hillsborough store, that it takes into account their entire property. We still have another 180 feet within the drive aisle to the east to accommodate additional cars if warranted. I know there was some concern with respect to potential queuing on Eller Street to the north. To the extent that there ever becomes a risk that there's potential queuing onto that private easement, the beauty of a triple drive-through is the individuals that are deployed on site can easily direct those cars coming down that access point into 2 or 3 of the queues while holding up traffic on Federal to make sure that gets cleared out before letting other traffic in. But also, and certainly Mr. Mizrazi can talk to the traffic statement, which again showed that there was no issue and no risk of stacking off the site with respect to what the anticipated trips are from Eller Drive, with most of our traffic being anticipated to be coming from Federal. Now, if we can go back to I think it was slide number 4. It's the sign. I'll talk just quickly, and I know I've been talking for a while, and forgive me. I'll talk quickly. There you go. About the sign variance. The second request, and now that you understand the operation, the triple drive-through, we are also requesting a variance from the sign code to allow 2 additional menu boards with changeable copy. This is the actual provision of the code and the requirements, which really the only one applicable here is bullet number 1, which provides only 1 changeable copy board shall be permitted per order window. As I kind of pointed out at some earlier hearings on this application, our operations are fairly unique. Unlike your typical quick serve that has a window where you pay and a window where you pick up, which arguably is what allows kind of the dual drive-through that they've encountered, we have a single Tormax door to actually allow delivery up to 3 cars, designed under the canopy. We also have order windows in the front, but they don't get to count towards this requirement, even though they are true order windows. We have 3 drive-throughs, which do have 3 points to which you can order. And so we are logically asking for just 2 additional boards as part of this variance request. Approval of the request would certainly help with the operations to allow the traffic to again streamlined through the site. I point out that this is the only variance that we're asking on this entire application. All other aspects of the land development code have been met. Next slide. Again, just to remind you for the location of the 3 boards, they correspond with the 3 drive-through lanes. You can see kind of a profile of the menu board in the upper right-hand corner. with just the single pole in the middle where the actual microphone and speaker is at, with the two kind of LED screens to either side. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. There we go. So in conclusion, and we'll sit down. I want to note that we have had, although not required by the City of Deerfield Beach Code, we have hosted 2 separate community meetings. One was held back on February 2nd at the Hillsborough Community Center, and another one was held more recently on June 26th at the Historical Society Cultural Center on Hillsborough Boulevard. I can assure this commission, and I provided staff with the affidavits. We hired Kutro and Associates, which is well known for providing public notice for many jurisdictions and applicants across the county, to provide the public notice, the mailing radius list consistent with the requirements of the city code for this application. It's the same notice radius and notice that the city sent out for this hearing tonight. It was sent out 2 weeks before the hearing, and an affidavit of the mailing was provided by Kutro and Associates that we in turn provided to the city. In addition to that, this hearing has gone through 2 other hearings. The Community Appearance Board considered the application on June 28th and recommended approval unanimously. They also considered, the Planning and Zoning Board also considered the major site plan application on July 6th and also unanimously recommended the application for approval. I provided the city clerk earlier with a letter. We actually received it twice, after the first public meeting and again after the second, from Kathy Dorfman, who is with East Ocean Podiatry, a resident and business owner. If that could be, I don't know if that was circulated out to all of you in support of the application. I will stand ready to answer any questions and also to come up and after the public hearing to hopefully address any other issues that may come up. But again, we look for your approval of this application. It is something that is allowed by right. We meet the comprehensive plan, the land development code. We provided the traffic impact statement, noise study, everything to show that there will be no adverse impacts on the surrounding properties. And I thank you for your time very much.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, do you ever?
Yes, I do. I have some questions. The covering that you showed over the cars, will that withstand a hurricane, a 5-category hurricane?
I will defer to Bowman, but any structure that's being built on the property will be required to comply with the Florida Building Code and any of the standards in that for structures of its type. But
Second, the entrance to the property is from Federal Highway?
the main entrance is from Federal Highway. Yes.
Okay. Now, I've seen the store on Hillsborough Boulevard, 3 deep, 2 deep, however deep, cars lined up from whenever you open to whenever you close. It is very difficult to get through parts of the parking lot because of the traffic.
Mhm.
I know you say you have 3 lanes. What happens? You say you can hold 31 cars?
Could you pull the colorized site plan back up, please? Yes, sir.
What happens if 50 shows up? Do 20 hang out on Federal Highway and block traffic?
I understand. What you're saying. The best comparison we can have is comparing ourselves to that store. That store is more than 2,000 square feet, I think bigger than this store. That store has an indoor dining area as well as a drive-through. So comparing that store to ours, at its peak operation, AM and PM, the maximum cars that were observed, and this is on multiple days, was 35 cars in the queue. This site has been designed, again, from the entrance into the triple drive-through, where you see those 3 arrows and it says drive-through. From that point to the pickup under the canopy, it can accommodate 25 to 31 cars, assuming, with the bypass lane being utilized, which is very, very close to the Hillsborough store, which is 35. The differences between us and the Hillsborough store, which operationally is going to cause this to operate significantly better is this. The Hillsborough store, again, is a full service store. It has a indoor dining as well as the drive-through. So what you have there, and this is the conflict that you raised earlier with people who are going in to dine in at Chick-fil-A, and then they go back out to their car and all of a sudden they can't get out because a car in the drive-through is blocking their ability to exit. This site has been designed to the extent somebody's coming to actually go to the takeout window and not go into the drive-through. So they want to park and walk up. There is a center parking area that is dedicated to just those people that is totally outside of the drive-through lanes. The westbound lane where customers come in and turn a left and go north, that is actually I believe that's a drive aisle for 2 cars. So even if there was for some reason cars queuing back from the triple drive-through into basically, backing up into the north drive-through, and I wish I had a cursor so I could highlight this for you. But if you can visualize it, cars coming in and having to stop in that east-west lane at the north, not being able to enter because it was so backed up. We still have enough room there. So if a car still needed to escape or leave, it's 2 cars deep. It's not a single lane. Does that make sense? It's not.
Okay, my point is this. I go by almost every day Chick-fil-A on Hillsborough. There's double lines there, backed up to a point where cars in the shopping center can't get through. They have to avoid that area because of stacked up cars. It's nothing to do with dining in the restaurant. I'm
I understand.
talking about the pickup.
And I can address that too. The other differences that we have between the Hillsborough and this site is one, Hillsborough site has basically a single lane that enters the drive-through. It goes to a double where you order, then it goes back to a single lane where you pick up. It does not have a bypass lane. So if somebody is in the pickup lane and has an order that is very large and it's taking an extra amount of time, cars cannot escape because there's no bypass lane. We have the bypass lane. That immediately already helps to get cars through the site. The Hillsborough store does not have a Tormax door. It still is operating with the old pickup window, 1 person at a time, 1 car at a time. This store has the Tormax window, can actually serve delivering the product up to 3 cars, which is another significant improvement. This site has 3 drive-through lanes. I mean, from the point you enter the order, queuing down to the 1 with the bypass lane, which is again, another significant difference with the Hillsborough store, which only has the 1, which expands to 2 for a brief period and goes back to 1. So the Hillsborough has 2 pinch points, coupled with the fact that they, again, do not have the Tormax doors. I'm trying to think the other, again, this is a drive-through, that is a full service operation. Again, this one also is being designed with almost like a supercharged kitchen to really turn out the product as well, which again, helps to turn over the customers. I don't know if you have anything else that you want to add that I didn't add, and please just state your name.
Andres Mizrahi. I'm a civil engineer representing Chick-fil-A. I work for Bowman Consulting. I just want to clarify, I'm not a traffic engineer, but I wanted to pitch in a little bit. So in Davie, we had a similar problem to what you're referring to in Hillsborough and Powerline. At the tower shops, everybody knows that Chick-fil-A, stacking's a nightmare, it backs up into a plaza. So what we did is, and they had the old technologies that you're referring to. They don't have the delivery doors and the dual drive-through lanes. There was no way to address that problem. So what we did instead is we did a pressure relief. We opened up a store 3.5 miles away. And after that store opened, it relieved the drive-through capacity by 15 to 20%. This is what we want to do here. Additionally, from that, we have the store in Pompano Beach that it's in Federal Highway as well. It's on the way to this store. We also have the one on Hillsborough and Powerline. And then we opened one in Palmetto Park Road with the dual drive-through lanes, the bypass lane, the delivery door that do not have the same problems that the older stores have.
I've seen the backup in Pompano on Federal Highway.
Again, all I can say is that the efficiencies that we've built into the store are significant. We have basically built in every efficiency that we've been trying to deploy to our existing stores to rectify the very issue that you're speaking about. If anything, this would be like a prototype store if we could roll it out everywhere. The one thing though, and I'm sure we have a lot of McDonald's lovers in here, but you know, back in the day, McDonald's was very popular with huge drive-throughs. And then all of a sudden you saw a lot more McDonald's opening up, which again, helped to level out that demand. You're going to find as we open more of these stores in the appropriate location, that it's going to level off the demand at all the other stores around it. So those issues that you're seeing are going to be relieved. But certainly it's not going to make this store overburdened. It's just something that it logically spreads out among the overall network of stores. Thank you.
Can you do me a favor? Can you follow me through the traffic pattern
Certainly.
I have here
Okay.
on this slide right here?
All right. So if a car coming in from Federal Highway, they're going to have to be heading south.
For
Be-
those of us who might have a really hard
Okay.
time figuring out where.
Federal Highway,
is.
Federal Highway is basically at the far right of the slide, the
Okay, so
gray
that would
area.
be-
that is southbound Federal Highway.
Okay, right there. Thank you, Heather. If you could do that for us. Yes. Is there a pointer that we have? Maybe someone has a pointer? I think it's important for people to understand how this works.
Okay.
I think it's just a mouse. He's an
Yep.
attorney.
I will.
Yeah, he's an IT guy. Sorry.
All right. Oh, I'm trying to
Thank
figure.
you.
Okay. I think I got it now. All right.
Thank you.
So this area right here that I'm trying to highlight, sorry. This is southbound Federal Highway.
Right.
All traffic into the site from Federal will be southbound because of the fixed median in Federal Highway.
Right, so it's a right turn in, right turn out.
Correct. It's a right turn in. So traffic coming in right, as you can see, the access entry is being channelized. You can see the curve both on the north and south of the entry to basically direct the traffic. As they come in, they will be forced to go north and to basically circulate the site. I'll try to do this slowly in a counterclockwise fashion. Because you do not want to have traffic ever backing up onto Federal Highway, the traffic coming into the site is unimpeded, which means they have a no stop condition. All the other movements have a stop condition. The traffic coming into the site has the right of way. So traffic coming in does not stop. They just can proceed going north and then west.
Pause you for a moment.
Yes,
Those little slots that are there, those are parking spaces, right?
correct. Primarily for our staff.
Okay. So I'm sorry, this isn't funny. And if you want to go outside, you can, and we can talk about this later and we can do the presentation for you later, but please don't interrupt. It's rude. So when you go through, those are parking spaces. So if you go to back out, there is potential for impeding.
Yeah, but I believe, and I can ask Mr. Mizrahi to respond, but I believe, I mean, originally this was a two-way aisle. We didn't change the dimensions of it, but so it's actually wide enough for two vehicle,
Okay.
two traffic lanes, if that
Okay.
makes sense.
I'm sorry.
Right,
I'm
it's,
sorry.
it's 23 feet wide.
Thank you. Go
Can I
ahead.
add on the stacking? So DOT's criteria for development this size is 25-foot stacking throat depth. And we provided 35 up until the first drive aisle that you see there. And additionally, there's stop conditions on the south on eastbound. That way that the car is impeded. And if the first conflict point is way over the criteria for FDOT.
Okay. So we circle back around and I'll let you continue, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Okay, so basically, again, the traffic coming in is unimpeded. They have the right of way. As indicated, anybody who's exiting the center parking area, which is primarily meant for people who are coming to pick a pickup order or takeout. They have a stop condition to exit the site, as well as anybody leaving the drive-through wanting to go north. They also have a stop condition that you can see here, but it's anticipated that most of the traffic leaving the site is going to exit again through this channelized egress lane back onto South Federal Highway. So continuing on, customers entering the site from Federal Highway would basically again be directed north. It's a one-way condition to go west. And at this point, if they're picking up or taking out, they can take a left into the center parking area, or they proceed to enter one of the three drive-through lanes at that point. Again, during peak hours, and depending, they may do it more often than not. Team members will be deployed to take orders and actual payment because of the technology that Chick-fil-A has. Cars will then proceed forward and queue up into a single lane here up against the building to approach the Tormax doors. Now, again, the canopy coverage here, as I understand it, can accommodate actually up to 3 cars protected to allow those multiple deliveries. If somebody's in the drive-through lane and they forgot their app, their phone, their credit card, the bypass lane is available for them to escape the site. Anyone who
I'm sorry, can you show me where the bypass?
the bypass lane is,
That would be
it's
that right
over
there.
here. It's this whole lane right here.
So you're still going from, you're going from 3, narrow down into 1
Correct.
with the bypass.
Right.
You're going from 3 to 2.
Now, and if there was a crazy thing, which we do not see happening at all here, but if for some reason there needed to be, we could actually probably serve 6 cars under here to really get traffic through the site. But we don't anticipate that that's going to be necessary. We're anticipating that just people would come up in the inside pickup lane, be served their product, which again is because in many instances you've already paid for it at the order point, and be able to deliver it directly to the customer who can then exit safely into the bypass lane. Both the pickup lane is channelized. As you can see, we've got these, and one of the renderings showed it. We actually had poles and whatnot that actually brings the traffic into the single lane. So there's only a single lane exiting the site, either going onto Federal Highway or going north.
Can you take me back over to this other section at the top?
Up here.
Right up there.
Yes, this is the northwest, what we consider our secondary entrance. The traffic report and just all of the analysis that's been done, the predominant amount of traffic is going to come from Federal Highway, bypass traffic, people obviously coming from points north and whatnot, or coming south and then making the U-turn at the intersection. This is our secondary entrance. This is a private easement that's a 2-way drive that serves the commercial properties to the north. There's a Dunkin' Donuts north of us, and then there's a further like retail kind of office use at the corner of Eller and Federal. This is anticipated that people, and this is just, this is our property line. So there's at least stacking for 2 cars, although we, again, do not anticipate that it's going to be necessary before you even get off of our property. No, so cars coming in here, again, will be directed into one of the queues. One of the queues are probably more apt, go to the closest drive-through lane, and that the circulation is just the same. If they're leaving the site and wanting to go back through the private easement, private drive to the northwest, they would simply stop here and proceed again through here. Again, the north, it's effectively 2 lanes and then exit the site. The one thing that I think was noted earlier, I think there was a comment that was raised via email earlier today, is a concern with a lot of cars stacking or staging or basically overflowing back onto Eller Street to the north. There's an elementary school I know to the west of us, and I'm sure a lot of parents probably queue up on Eller themselves to pick up their children. As you can see with the stacking that we have here, there is no risk that we're going to have that stacking out onto Eller. Certainly, nor do we believe we're going to have stacking even going off of our property. If there's any risk that we see more cars are coming in Eller, because we have the luxury of a triple drive-through and operators have people deployed all the time, speaking here is they can simply open up these drive-throughs exclusively for them for a minute or 2 minutes, whatever it's needed to clear that queuing out, since we have over 180 feet available on this north drive aisle. And then once that clears out, just open up, all the lanes to both traffic coming in from Eller as well as Federal.
Do we have another shot that might give us an idea of the distance from your property line to the next road? So I can see.
I think if you
people
go
are
to
referring to this as-
slide 2 might show that, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see if the next one. Let's see if that shows you. And let me see if I can show you this right here coming down. Oops. Thank you. This coming down, this is the alleyway that they're talking about. Here's Eller to the north. So this is the private alleyway that is a cross easement between these owners and us to basically use this for the benefit of our properties. So I wish I was on BCPA. I could measure it for you real quick, but
Seems like that's a pretty significant distance.
Yeah. And our property line, I believe, is right up here where I'm showing the cursor.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And the sign variance is in your hardship for the sign variance. We're gonna do this in two parts. Everybody can comment on the sign variance first, and then we'll have everybody come up with the second part on approval of the second item. But for the sign variance, your hardship is the fact that in order to create this unique type situation, our code is limiting you to only having 2 of the menu ordering signs.
Actually, your code limits us to, it says one changeable copy sign, per order window.
Okay.
And so it's again, we kind of have we have a different QSR service with the triple drive-through. I mean, 3 menu boards is appropriate, because understand, when we have team members deployed, oftentimes there's people taking orders at the menu board and you have the individual team members taking orders. So again, expediting the service through the site. Obviously, when it's non-peak hour, having the triple menu boards again ensures that we have that efficiency by having those 3 ordering points in the drive-through.
Excellent. Thank you very
You're
much.
welcome.
And if I can just remind everyone to please silence their cell phones, I appreciate it. Commissioner Preston?
Thank you, Mayor. Initially, can we go back to the slide where she was giving the direction coming off of Federal into the site itself? When you open, you may not experience a traffic issue. But certainly as the public become more aware that Chick-fil-A is there, the potential is there, because as your popularity increase, more people are going to be coming. And because the people have the right of way coming off of Federal, I see an issue where people may be in the far east lane trying to get over to that lane, and that can cause some traffic confusion. So for it to ideally work, everybody would have to be in that right lane and then just turn right in. That's not going to happen. There are going to obviously at some time be some issues, but the way that this is configured, it shouldn't be a long process, but certainly the potential lies to actually have some degree of stacking, because the more popular you become, people are trying to get to that right lane, and you won't really know the answer to this until you get near or meet capacity. Now, once you get there, then the answer would be, here's what it is. But I think that you still could have some issues simply because, and this is well configured, I just don't think it will be a long process though. It may cause some initial issues, but from the way that it's configured, it would probably be just a very brief process.
Commissioner, if I might ask Claire, are you talking about like the cars coming south on Federal that
Yeah,
they're in the inside lane closest to the median? They see, oh my gosh, there's a Chick-fil-A, and they try to get over.
Right.
Well, I can tell you one thing that we can probably do, and what Chick-fil-A probably already does, is that during construction, we can certainly probably put some signs up like coming soon or something like that. So as
Yes,
people are
that would help.
traveling that right of way, they become socialized to the fact that that's what's going to be there.
Because all of your customers is not going to be in that right lane. Some people are going to get close and then realize that there it is right there. And that's where you could potentially have some issues.
Understand?
Thank you. Okay. All right, we're gonna open it up to the public to speak only on the sign variance at this point. We're gonna give you an opportunity to speak on the actual item overall after that, but for the sign variance.
Katie Freitag, 418 Southeast Second Street. As the developer spoke, she said that Chick-fil-A is great in an appropriate location. To me, this is not an appropriate location. Regarding the signs itself, in their backup documentation, they stated that at 9 o'clock, one of those lanes will close. 9 o'clock on the Thursday night, it's probably still hopping. But because of the location of that third lane in location to the back of the property where the residents are, they stated that that lane will close at 9 o'clock. So now you're going to have even a further backup on Thursday, Friday, any night where there's great night out, people are out, they want Chick-fil-A and it's close and it's even, they want Chick-fil-A, they're going to now have these team players, these team people taking orders, giving cash, running food, stopping traffic here, starting traffic there. Oh, wait, start here. Don't keep them off Federal. Hold on.
That's how you want to
Yes.
stick to the sign variance?
Certainly. This is in reflection of the back area where they're trying to have this third lane, this extra lane that they're going to be shutting off at 9 o'clock for the neighbors. I don't think it's going to be as advantageous as they think it might be with the time constraint shutting it off. I don't think the signs should be approved. If we don't approve the signs and they can't do the 3 lanes, then that might actually decrease the amount of people that are coming through there. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else regarding the sign variance? Is there anyone online? Okay. Good for him.
Dan Hers, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. I guess I'm going to need an official ruling here because the sign variance allows Chick-fil-A to have 3 lanes of drive-through. The 3 lanes of drive-through allow the potential for backup of traffic. So may I speak on one thing that leads to the other, because it definitely, the sign variance allows them to have 3 drive-through lanes. So I'm asking for a ruling here.
Chicken nuggets come before the chicken, or the chicken come before the chicken nuggets, is that what you're asking?
I don't
City
know.
attorney,
I mean, of course, I can't predict what you're gonna say.
but that's all right.
The issue with the variance, the code requirement is the per order window. So they're only supposed to have 1 changeable copy sign per order window. They only have 1 order window, arguably, which is that, I forgot what you called it. Sorry, Miss Loda. Tarmac window, right? So they're asking for 2 more because they only have that one and they have 3 lanes.
It won't prevent them from not having it, but it will.
Yeah, technically they could still have 3 lanes,
Mhm.
but 2 of those lanes would not have a changeable copy sign had this variance, if this variance is not moving forward.
I'll tell you what, I will defer, and if you'll give me the extra minute, I think I can probably get it all in. So I'll wait.
Okay,
For the
no
next
comment
one.
on the sign variance?
I'm opposed to the sign variance for reasons that you'll see later. Thank you.
Anyone else? I'm gonna close it to the public regarding the sign variance. Vice Mayor Parnas, you have a comment?
Yeah. I oppose to the sign variance because it opens it up for every McDonald's, Burger King, Fish Fry, Popeyes, etc., to having 3 signs, 3 lanes. And is that what we want in Deerfield? If we give him his variance to have 3 lanes with 3 signs, how do we tell the next person you can't have it? And for that reason, I oppose it.
Okay, Commissioner Hudak?
This facility is a lot different from your regular McDonald's, your regular Burger King, your regular fast food restaurant. The efficiencies that they've put in place in order to move the traffic so that there is no queuing is impressive to me. Also, the 3 signs make it a lot more efficient, as opposed to having the window, like they say, where you just have 1 car come up, you get your window. Now you've got a door where they can give food to 3 cars at a time. Each of those 3 cars will have an opportunity to order food. If you only have 1 sign, that's going to reduce the efficiency of this site. If another restaurant is designed this way, then I would be inclined to approve that variance as well. This isn't a case where you've got a normal McDonald's the way it's designed, and they want to slap 3 signs up there and then funnel everybody into one lane. The efficiency of this site or this potential site is completely different, and in my opinion, warrants the acceptance of the variance. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Drosky.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to shock all of you and speak in favor of the variance. Because as everyone knows, I am usually the variance objector sitting up here. I will start out by saying that I've had many conversations with the applicant's attorney on not only the variance for the signs, but the project as a whole. And we'll get into the other comments on the other item. But as far as the variance goes, I think the hardship is self-imposed. They're picking the 3 lanes. They could have picked 1 lane, they could have picked 2 lanes. They're picking the three lanes. So the variance and the hardship is self-imposed. But if you look at our code, I think it's antiquated. This store is the model for the future. This is the way that fast food delivery and services is going. So I would not only approve the variance in this case, I would approve it in the next case, in the case after that. I was going to ask staff to take a look at our sign code and to change it going forward in the future. And I see a thumbs up back there to revise, our code and this particular provision going forward. And so if we're going to revise the code, if you all agree later to do so, there's no need to penalize the applicant tonight for doing so, because they were the first ones to come forward. So if you were to pull up the diagram again, where the 3 boards are, I think there's a safety issue too. If somebody's in the 3rd lane and they have to look in the 1st lane to where the copy board is, are you going to maybe really take your eyes off the car in front of you? Or are you going to take your eyes off the attendant who is in your lane? I think it becomes there where you see the H1, 2, and 3. I think it just becomes a safety issue. If you're in H3 and you're looking over at H1, that just presents a risk that I don't think needs to be taken. So putting 3 message boards or copy boards, I think helps their efficiencies to move people through the lanes faster. I think it's a safety issue too, for people to be able to read in the lane that they're in and not in a different lane, and not rely on a person coming over to them or pulling up to a different location. So in those respects, I think it makes sense to approve the variance, and more importantly, to revise our code going forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Preston.
Thank you, Mayor. My colleague asked, if you say yes to Chick-fil-A, how do you then say no to McDonald's? The answer is McDonald's would have to come before this commission and prove their hardship. Every case is different, and because we give it to one doesn't mean we give it to another. They have to come in front of the commission, and if they meet that criteria, then we say, okay, you deserve it. But it isn't one size fits all. They either meet the criteria or they don't, and if they do, they should have it. And but that's the answer. I don't want people to think that, well, they said yes to this, so they're going to say yes to something else. That's not how it works. If there's a sign variance, they have to come before this commission and they have to explain what the hardship is. Guess what? Sometimes this commission may say you have met that hardship, but sometimes the commission will say you have not. And that's it, because we get a chance to say which way it goes. And that's why we're here.
I agree with Commissioner Drosky, is that I think the hardship is the code itself. And that, I've been doing this a long time. We had a McDonald's out in Hillsborough, not far from the current Chick-fil-A location on the opposite side of the street. It was the first tandem drive-through they've done in the area. Matter of fact, I don't think anywhere they were doing that. It was the first tandem one. And I remember all the residents upset, despite the fact that they were behind a wall, behind the shopping center. They thought that was going to be problematic because people couldn't understand even the concept of how a tandem drive-through would work. They didn't understand that you could actually, somebody order, somebody go, because I guess it's South Florida and people are rude and they cut you off and they try to mess up the staggering. but it works great. It works really, really well. Now, contrary to what people think, I actually live in the city and I live out there, and I've lived out there the entire time from the creation of the Chick-fil-A that's out there. Huge problem, without a doubt. It's the same problem. I guess it's a good problem to have for Chick-fil-A to be as popular as it is, but we know that it comes with problems. And one thing COVID taught us is the way people do business is a lot different than what we've done in the past. So our code, number one, I believe absolutely needs to be updated and changed to be able to accommodate some more flexibility on the popularity of people going through these drive-throughs and putting it in there. Not approving this sign variance, should the next part of this go through, we've totally screwed this whole thing up. Mr. Hers brings up an interesting point, and I thought the same thing. It's like, which one should go first? Shouldn't we be approving whether the restaurant should go in and then work on a sign variance? Because, we can approve, if the sign variance fails and we approve the restaurant, you guys have just screwed up royally, in my opinion. You've made a huge mistake, and this is not going to work. You've compounded a potential problem here. So I am okay with the sign variance because I do think that the hardship is that our sign ordinance is the hardship. So I'm okay with that. So that's where I'm at on the sign variance. So we need to take a vote on that first, and then we can go to the next item.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Hudak, seconded by Commissioner Preston. We have roll call, please.
Commissioner Drosky,
Yes.
Commissioner Huda,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston,
Yes.
Mayor Parnas,
No.
Mayor Gantz.
Yes.
Okay, now you're on the site plan item.
Okay. Anyone from the public want to come up and talk about the site plan now? You can talk about the restaurant as a whole.
Good afternoon, Sandra Jackson, 386 Southwest 35th Avenue. I have a couple questions also and some concern. For one, I don't like the look of the building. I do live out by Chick-fil-A out west, and the traffic is horrible, like Mr. Gans said, and going through there. This property sit on a larger piece of parcel than the one out west. And I can understand why they would have just outside eating, which would only hold 16 seats from my understanding. How is that when we're so busy out west and just having 16 seats to have people to sit out there, and you having cars, and you want to have 3 lanes? My question is, the 3 lanes that you have in there, are you going to just have how many windows to go pick up your order? Because I know sometimes when I go to Chick-fil-A, and there's 2 lanes there right now, and the people out there, sometimes they're out there in the rain. If my order come before somebody else that's in front of me, I'm stuck. So how far you're gonna have the exit lane, someone get their orders behind, how far would they be back in order for them to exit? And coming off Federal Highway, you're saying about the traffic is gonna be real heavy because you're coming in one way, and it's a narrow entrance that's coming in there. So, and even if someone have an emergency, they can't even really get out there, coming off of Federal Highway and someone coming in there. That's one of my concerns. And as you see with our weather, although you have the overhang, it doesn't stop rain from coming when it's blowing, when that rain is coming. So what are you gonna do to help those people there? And the parking you said is gonna be for the employees. You have 16 people. And a lot of time with our school kids, they may wanna go to the Chick-fil-A. How are you gonna handle that crowd when they have cars? So that's another concern. And where are they gonna sit? Where are the people gonna sit? Plus, you're gonna have a lot of that's going on. I'm just gonna make sure I wrote some things down. And I think it's gonna be real difficult. Even with the employees with the building, I'm not sure how many employees can you hold in that building when you're gonna have 3 lanes and you're saying you're gonna be able to serve 30 cars at one time. So if that facility is gonna be real, real small in there, it may be too small for the amount of employees you may have in there. And that would be a problem for a problem. So that's another thing.
I think that might be all of it, but those are just some of my concerns because that property is bigger. I think you guys can do a better job. Me, myself, I don't like sitting outside all the time because with the insects and everything else that's going on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Bob DeChristopher, 517 Northeast Sixth Avenue. And I actually just am a little confused with the site circulation, as I believe you were, Mr. Mayor. There's some striping out there that is in the parking lot, that it looks like it crosses to where you may enter the drive-through. So I don't know if that is striping or physical barrier, and it also appears that that's where the dumpster is. So if they're going to be dumping that dumpster during the day, that's also going to block traffic and access to that drive-through, if in fact you get to the drive-through from the outside lane of off of Federal Highway. So my concern is it appears that over time, more people are going to realize that Second Avenue is the easier direct access to that drive-through. And because Dunkin' Donuts is right next door, and I happen to go there every day, we didn't do such a good job designing Dunkin' Donuts. So from where you order at Dunkin' Donuts, where the sign is, you can only stack 2 cars up behind the people ordering. Some people don't know what they want. That stack, even though there's only 3 cars in it, backs up into that private access lane. If you back up into that private access lane and I want to go into Dunkin' Donuts, the drive-through blocks that traffic. So you can't even go into Dunkin' Donuts to park if you use that west driveway. So to me, with compounding the fact of Dunkin' Donuts, now the peak hours may be different. Dunkin' is peak in the morning. I don't know if Chick-fil-A serves breakfast. I think they do. It may compound that issue coming off a second, but I don't see how someone can make that movement to go into the drive-through coming through that outside lane off of Federal. And maybe I'm missing something. Is that striping? Is it a physical barrier? Is it just?
I think I know which one you're talking about, get some clarity.
Okay. So that was it. I think most of the traffic on the side streets and on Federal is going to be passed by. So they're not new trips. I don't think anybody drives from 5 miles away to go to Chick-fil-A, at least I wouldn't, but that was my concern. Because it's compounded by Dunkin' Donuts, it is a private access drive. It's only a single lane. So once Dunkin' Donuts backs up 3 cars, like I said, only 3 cars, and people don't appropriately line up, they'll block your access to get to the driveway or, get to the parking. It causes a problem, and it's going to be compounded by Chick-fil-A, and I think it's going to be difficult getting through. I need my coffee every morning, so that's just the way it goes. So, thank you.
Hi, April Bolowich, 899 Northeast 4th Street, Deerfield Beach. The Business Insider article says Chick-fil-A's drive-through lanes frequently spill into local streets and are notorious throughout the U.S. Our elementary school traffic is also notorious. To be clear, it's unanimous. We're all fans of Chick-fil-A, and I believe so is most of Deerfield Beach. The problem isn't the restaurant. The problem is the traffic it creates when it would stack up on top of all the Dunkin' Donuts breakfast traffic at the back access alley off of 2nd Street. That alley is parallel to Federal Highway, about 1 block west of Federal, right alongside Dunkin'. It's 1.5 blocks east of Deerfield Beach Elementary School. CFA traffic will avoid the more, CFA bound traffic will avoid the more congested US 1 entry and exit point by heading eastbound on Northeast 2nd Street to the alley, which goes directly to the restaurant. This back route can force CFA traffic to back up onto our school zones at 2nd Street. I don't see how that many cars from 3 lanes are going to be able to exit onto Federal Highway without backing up for blocks anyway. How will people get into the gas station next door? When the traffic backs up to Northeast 2nd Street, consider the impact the increased traffic would have on school tardies. Just 1 block long of CFA breakfast traffic line backing into 2nd Street would affect every family with a child in that school who has to get their kids to class. Do you know how valuable 15 minutes is when you're trying to get a little kid ready to school, get a little kid to school on time? What happens if bus drivers get delayed in that traffic? It seems to me like the traffic study was flawed. The location most like the proposed location is the Chick-fil-A in Pompano on Copans on Federal Highway. It is a drive-through only. It does not use a mall parking lot. It's also adjacent to US 1. It's co-located with a neighborhood, and it's at a major intersection. Those lines snake through the neighborhood. The back alley across, I'm sorry, I did a lot of editing here and lost my spot. When the vacant lot between Northeast 2nd Street and Northeast 4th Street gets developed, what then? We're already dealing with the prospect of adding more traffic from the new project. We know there's going to be a new project. Something's going to be built there, and we will have to deal with that in the future as well. I'd like to think about that. I'd like you all to think about that. Appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Lucia Del Genio, 707 North Shore Drive. It seems to me like nobody's concerned about the way out. All those lanes and all the people who eat in or drive through end up on a funnel to the one lane out. And I believe if on the way out, if they can't get out, it's gonna back up all the way. So no wonder, no matter how much the 3 lanes are efficient, that final little spot seems inefficient. That's how I see it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Cynthia Ritzler, 208 Northeast 8th Terrace. I'm concerned of the traffic northbound trying to get in on 2nd Street by doing a U-turn to pull into Chick-fil-A. That turn lane,
Northbound from where, ma'am? Just so-
northbound on US 1
Okay, thank you.
to the traffic light, doing the U-turn, which traffic has already increased terribly, doing U-turns to get into the gas station at the corner. And now we're gonna have people doing U-turns to go south to pull into Chick-fil-A. That turn lane is not large enough to handle the morning traffic for people trying to get to the elementary school. Wait until you have a backup northbound with people at the traffic light trying to get into Chick-fil-A or going to the gas station. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Who do you got? Mr. Christopher, go right ahead. You're online.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, ma'am. If you just speak up a little bit for us, we'd appreciate it.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, Christina D. Christopher, 517 Northeast 6th Avenue. I want to know, are we able to pull up the slide number 9 to get the site plan back up on the share screen? Because I had a couple questions about some things on it.
Sure.
So the first question I have, it looks like visually that it's providing easier access if you're coming from Eller Street, because you're going to have to make that sharp left into the 3 dedicated lanes. And I can't tell from the site plan picture. I know the developer's representative said there are no stops. So I didn't know if that was just a do not enter sign or a stop sign that looks right before you make that left coming from the federal entrance into the 3 lanes of traffic. But it seems to me like if I had gone there more than once and I figured out that the Eller Street traffic is getting easier access, I wouldn't come from the federal entrance. So I don't know why it's saying that the main entrance would be from federal if it very much looks like the 3 lanes are favoring the private driveway that's coming off of Eller Street. So I don't know. And then I know that it was said earlier that that back one shared with Duncan. but I don't think you can factor in the traffic analysis with the queuing and the stacking that's going on at Dunkin'. So what happens when you have the back driveway of the private road stacking and queuing of Dunkin' mixed with the stacking and queuing of Chick-fil-A? And we're going to open up a dedicated lane just for the Eller Street traffic, but then doesn't that guarantee a backup of the federal highway traffic? And all 3 lanes are going into 1 lane. So I don't know if you've ever merged before, but 3 going into 1 causes more traffic than if there was just 1 to begin with. So there's a lot of traffic stuff going on, and I'm really confused about how we can effectively determine the traffic impacts without considering the other 3 pending projects on Eller Street, of Vista Clara, of the Eller improvements that are happening, whether or not the CRD project passes, and then the CRD project itself, whose only entrance and exit into their property is less than 600 feet away from this entrance on Federal Highway. So all of that getting in and then getting out, I wait at the right turn lane on Eller onto Federal for a considerable amount of time, especially during rush
like another
hour, to
minute?
get on. May I?
Yes, you can.
Thank you. So waiting to take a right turn to head south on Federal Highway now takes a long time, especially during rush hour. So I'm confused at how just because you have your food doesn't mean you get to get right out of there. You still have to wait for the traffic to allow you to get back out on the Federal. And as the other resident said right before me, you've got a considerable amount of cars already making U-turns at that Eller Street that aren't going to Chick-fil-A. So there were just a couple things in the site plan that look like we could change possibly to eliminate a lot of that traffic, especially if we could just close off that back private drive into Chick-fil-A that would feed into those 3 lanes, or change the orientation of the lanes that would visually favor traffic coming in from Federal instead of favoring traffic coming in from Eller Street.
Thank you, Mr. Christopher. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jerry West, 514 Northeast 8th Avenue. I don't know if anybody considered it goes, the exit onto Federal goes into 1 lane, but then you have that traffic light that's right there. And the traffic light, they have to wait until the traffic light turns. And so you're going to have all these people backed up waiting to turn onto Federal before the traffic light, turns to green. And so you're going to have people coming out of Shell, out of Dunkin' Donuts, out of Chick-fil-A. So you're going to have a backup problem like that.
Thank you.
Dan Hurst, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. I'm a huge fan of Chick-fil-A. I even brought my cow outfit. I wear this once a year on Cow Appreciation Day. You get a free meal, whichever one you show up to. The point is, I do know and appreciate how wonderful and popular Chick-fil-A is. That's why I can safely say whenever CFA decides to put a location in Deerfield Beach, it will be a huge draw. Why will it be such a huge draw? Well, for starters, the nearest Chick-fil-A to this proposed location are not that close. To the south at Copans and Federal, it's 4 miles. To the west at Hillsborough and Powerline, it's 5 miles. To the north at 1277 Palmetto Park Road, it's 3.5 miles. And to the east, there is no Chick-fil-A anywhere. This proposed CFA location will draw many people from East Deerfield Beach and Boca Raton. There must be a reason that Boca last December denied a Chick-fil-A on Federal Highway. There must be a reason that Aventura would only allow a non-drive-through Chick-fil-A on Biscayne Boulevard. What do you think those reasons were? Could it possibly be that those 2 municipalities had the foresight to understand the traffic nightmares having a CFA drive-through on a major thoroughfare would cause. What about the huge traffic study prepared for this presentation tonight? It's interesting to me that the traffic consultant chose a CFA location in West Deerfield Beach, located in a corner out parcel in a very large shopping center. This CFA location has a huge parking lot and a kiddie play area. Both these amenities make this location more attractive for walk-ins, thus lowering the amount of people going to the drive-through and skewing the drive-through numbers lower. Why didn't the traffic consultant use a CFA located on a major thoroughfare like Federal Highway for their comparison? There was one just down the road at 2250 North Federal Highway in Pompano. The bottom line is, great restaurant, wrong location. Speaking of location, I'm about to suggest something that is probably the stupidest and most idiotic thing I've ever suggested while standing up here at the podium. There is a location just 0.8 of a mile away from the proposed CFA Federal Highway location that can handle all the traffic created by a new Chick-fil-A and then some. Where is this mystery location? Well, it's all along the west side of Dixie Highway, anywhere from Southeast 2nd Street to 10th Street. There are many large lots to choose from, some even double the size of the 59,700 square foot lot on Federal Highway. And remember, Chick-fil-A's will be successful wherever they go, even in perceived impoverished areas. May I have one more minute? Sure. What a wonderful coup it would be for Chris Morey and her economic team to finally come through in a meaningful way for District 2. But of course, this will never happen while all the current players are in place. So as I said, it's the stupidest thing I've ever said at the podium. Thank you.
For the record, I've heard you say much stupider things. I appreciate it. Is there anyone else online? No. Okay.
Katie Freitag.
Katie Freitag, 418 Southeast 2nd Street. A lot of the points that I had written down have already been covered by some of the other people that have been up here. Couple of things. One, the noise consultant compared this in the backup paperwork. The noise consultant compared our site to one in North Carolina attached to a McDonald's. No residents anywhere around. I'm very surprised that there aren't more residents here tonight to speak about this event. Similar to me being a landowner in the 500-foot radius, I never got a letter. I don't know if anybody else did, but I didn't get one. Trash dumpsters. Yes, the trash is not going to be picked up at night, so it will not bother the residents. It will be picked up during the day. So as you see all these cars, 31 cars in the queue coming in and out of this location at a time, we're going to bring in a trash truck. No trash is allowed to be taken out after 9 p.m. per the backup paperwork. That means the trash at the end of the evening is going to sit inside the restaurant overnight. That's going to attract bugs. Yum. Deliveries during the day. No, they can't have deliveries during the day. They have to be done at night. So they're going to come in small box trucks and they're going to be hand carted in. They're not going to be able to use forklifts. They're not going to be able to use any kind of mechanical equipment to make all their deliveries at night. That's going to really slow that down. And again, they are supposed to be turning off their engines when the truck is parked out back. I'd like to see that. So I'm trying to figure out in the backup paperwork, per the traffic study, it said there were going to be 89 trips or 175 trips in the evening. Now I was trying to figure out, somebody correct me on my math, and maybe I don't have the trip idea correct. 31 cars in line by we can do this in 7 minutes times 3 hours. That gives you 797 cars. That's not 189 trips. Even if you said, hey, it's going to take us 10 minutes, that's still 630 cars. That's still not 175 trips. I don't understand in their backup information where they're getting this trip idea. On page 10, it said that there were plenty of space, that they did not have to worry about adjusting the tarps because the fire trucks would not need to go through that area, that there's plenty of space for a fire truck to pull in and turn all the way around and pull back out. I'd like to see that happen. The loop around this, as the attorney mentioned, the developer mentioned, when there's not going to be any backup on Federal because the cars are going to be able, may I have one more minute?
Yes.
Okay, the cars are going to be able to loop around the site. Okay, so you've got cars looping around, you got cars pulling in, you got people pulling in and out of parking spaces, but that's not a logistical nightmare. And we all know how the do not block sections work in Deerfield. They don't. Just ask the residents right across from Federal. The average age of the worker, they have to take orders, cash out, deliver, and control traffic. Everybody knows that you can't get good help these days. I'd be interested to see how they're able to provide all of the workers. Stacking in the alleyway will cause issues to the neighboring businesses. And I'm surprised that the traffic impact analysis did not take into account the consideration of the Eller address. It even said it would not be affected. The Eller Street light would not be affected, and it absolutely will. Cars turning, they're going to say, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Is there anyone else?
Hi, Marcia Sasso, 517 Northeast 6th Avenue, Deerfield Beach, Florida. Everyone has said pretty much what I have felt as well. However, I wanted to include that we have lots of pedestrian traffic on 2nd Avenue. There are people walking up and down that street with little children. And what was a little bit of a concern to me was that this beautiful Chick-fil-A would seem to me to be very chaotic. Like sometimes they're going to have 3 lanes open. Sometimes it'll change to 1. It seems you spoke about the workers. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
So we heard, comments about the workers being there, but I think for pedestrians trying to walk up to get their food, it's very confusing. And of course, as someone who is concerned about 2nd Avenue, I think if this project should go through, that we wouldn't have to include a 2nd Street entrance or exit. And I want to tell you that I don't know where the chiropractor is that owns that building in that alley, but his business is going to be devastated by this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for the public?
Good evening, John Slattery, 1455 Southeast 5th Place, Deerfield Beach. So I got a bunch of notes here. They're probably not going to come out in great order, but I find it a little confusing that we're basing potential traffic volume on this store based upon other stores. And I'm sure there was a business study done for the person that's putting this business in place that has a real projected volumes of how many customers and how many cars they expect to come into this location based upon density. And that's not being talked about. We're talking about other stores in other areas. That seems a little misleading. So what is the projected volume for this restaurant? How many cars per day, per hour? I'm concerned about the risk to personal injury. We've had too many accidents already at the Hillsborough US 1 intersection, and traffic volume is only going to be increasing in the future, and there's no room for traffic expansion, let alone the U-turn situations that people have been discussing, which is real. And the fact that there's no in-store dining only adds to the problem. It doesn't alleviate the problem of the drive-through traffic. I don't understand at all how garbage trucks are going to come and pick up garbage during business hours with traffic in the parking lot, that doesn't make any sense either. And then egress from the store will be impacted by traffic stoppage due to the red light at southbound US 1, which is then going to back up into the ability to exit Chick-fil-A. So that's going to back stuff up. And then those people waiting in line for the traffic to open up due to the red light, how many of them are going to have a Chick-fil-A sandwich in their hand or a milkshake as they then enter traffic and start to go to south on US 1? This doesn't seem like a good idea to have any type of restaurant there. I am pro-business. We need development, we need tax revenue, but this is not a good idea for the safety and future of this area of Deerfield Beach. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to close it to the public then. Commissioner Preston and Vice Mayor Parnas.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I just want to say that I agree with the comments that was made by Mr. Hertz. And although at the end, it may have seemed that there was some degree of levity and everybody left, but make no mistake about it, it's a serious issue. You want traffic and issues to go away with Chick-fil-A, build your next store in District 2. Put some people to work. We'll welcome it.
Is that it? Okay. I know.
Well, let me just say.
If that's where, all right. Vice Mayor Parnas.
Please, Chief, stop me if I'm wrong. Adam, when you exit a parking lot, you by law must go to the right lane. You can't scoot out to the middle lane or the third lane from a parking lot, which you're in at Chick-fil-A or any other restaurant. You must make the immediate turn in the first lane and then move over if traffic will allow you to. So even if they say, okay, we'll have 3 lanes going out, they all have to filter into the one lane or they're breaking the law. Now, trying to leave a parking lot on Federal Highway can be extremely dangerous because if the light is green at Hillsborough, they're moving pretty good to make the light. And you have to be patient in order to avoid an accident. Add that. So what happens to the cars that are behind me because I'm a senior and I'm not 20 years old and jumping on the gas? I'm waiting for it to be safe. It's going to back up and it's going to back up badly. Why? Because this restaurant only services the people in cars. Therefore, that car has to exit. And they can only do it one at a time. Come rush hour, 5 o'clock, when people are going home, go down Federal Highway and look at the traffic. It's horrendous. It moves because there are several lanes, but there's only one lane going to feed into that at a time. One car at a time. Now, if they put up a traffic light there and got the county to approve it and paid for it, like some other outfit that I know did so on Military Trail, the corner of Gouldsby, where they built the project, and there's a light there to let them in and out. I worked hard with my constituents in Century Village to get a right turn lane into Century Village on Military Trail. It's helped traffic tremendously. But the way Federal Highway is now is only going to cause accidents, congestion, and back up into the restaurant parking lot because people aren't always nice to let you in. when traffic is moving. They want to get home too. So you could sit there sometimes for 5 or 6 minutes and everybody behind you has to wait till you clear and then they got to start all over again. I think is a bad location for a Chick-fil-A. And I would love to see it in District 2, where they need business.
Did you go, Commissioner Hudaka?
Not yet.
You're up, sir.
Thank you. How many employees will this location employ?
Good evening, Jana Loda, once again for the applicant. I've been told that the total employee count is 20 to 30, not all at the same time, but obviously in shifts.
Yes, of course. And what are your hours of operation Monday through Saturday?
I believe they are 6 to 10. And just to clarify a point that was made earlier, all 3 drive-through lanes will be operational. The 9 p.m. that you saw was part of the noise study where there was thought that we were going to dim the volume on the 3rd traffic lane at 9 p.m. just because of the evening hours. But all 3 would be operational.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, we talk about development in the city. This has been a building that has been vacant and empty for years. And now when we have an opportunity to get a great organization and bring you know, a lot of funds into the city, now it's again, it's a great idea, but not in my neighborhood. And we have to have an opportunity where, you know, there's a lot of fear. There's a lot of fear in the unknown, but we don't even know, you know, the design of this facility has optimized the footprint of the property. And we still have the same concept of McDonald's or a Burger King with the standard drive-through. And I just think we need to be a little bit more forward-thinking and what the future holds as far as the design of these fast food restaurants. I do have a question with regards to walk-ups. I think there's going to be plenty of walk-ups in that area. Where would they go to order their food and to get their food?
I believe if you wanted to pull up the elevations, you can see it in the front. There is a takeout window and a pickup window.
Okay.
That is what, for purposes of people who are coming, who either ordered online or who just want to pull in, order at the takeout window and then leave the site. You can see it there kind of under that covered balcony is where the pickup and takeout window is. And then again, if you go back to the colorized site plan, you can see that we have a dedicated area for those individuals to park in the center. So that way they're out of what would be that counterclockwise drive-through traffic that you have through the site. And I know someone raised, just while we have this up, if you don't mind, someone raised an issue that there was some sort of an impediment there at the northwest corner, the striping. That is just a striped pedestrian pathway to provide, you know, the safe ingress and egress from the Chick-fil-A to the dumpster that is located there at the northwest corner. The traffic coming in, obviously counterclockwise, will stop before proceeding forward just to assure that there's no issue. We do have a do not block out there, but unlike many other cars, we actually will have team personnel out there to assure that access is not blocked, which is consistent with Chick-fil-A's operations.
Okay. And again, I think, you know, the foresight in this operation and this location, I think is commendable. Thank you.
Can I add to your question earlier? You asked about the takeout window and somebody brought up the concern about pedestrian connectivity. We are proposing a sidewalk that leads with a crosswalk directly to the takeout window.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Drosky.
Thank you, Mayor. Listen, if there's anyone that should be concerned about traffic or this project, it should be me, because I have the Chick-fil-A in my district on West Hillsborough Boulevard, and as Vice Mayor Parnas correctly pointed out, the spill, the overflow from the drive-through lane does back up into the Publix parking lot, and in the street there. So navigating through there during peak times is very, very difficult. I had a conversation, like I said, probably over an hour with the applicant's attorney regarding traffic and the experiences that I've had with the West Hillsborough store vis-a-vis this store here on East Hillsborough. If you can pull up the colorized map again, sorry, Heather, you're gonna be doing that a lot tonight. There are some significant differences from West Hillsborough to this store. The main one is at the bottom of the screen is that bypass lane, which the West Hillsborough store does not have. And the West Hillsborough store cannot have a bypass lane. So if you can picture the West Hillsborough store where the bypass lane would be, it's a drainage ditch right now. So you can't put that bypass lane in. And that's where all of the congestion comes to that one pinch point there. You can be in that line, but those cars can't go because it's a one single line getting your food from a window and then you're exiting. This has 3 lanes that are coming through without, and also has that bypass lane. So I questioned the applicant's attorney to death with respect to these traffic issues and the concerns and spilling out onto Federal Highway and the U-turn there at Eller for the traffic coming northbound and the Eller Street traffic coming in from the northwest corner there as well. And they have designed this particular spot for, this isn't, you know, this isn't a cookie cutter design that they have at their other locations. This is a prototype store that they have designed specifically for Deerfield Beach, specifically for this location. So I think the stacking issues have been resolved. If it spills onto Federal Highway, then they have a great problem, so to speak, because that means they're doing business well beyond what their forecast models are, probably double that. And that's something that we can address going forward. But I think it's worth giving a shot. I mean, this isn't novel to that area. I mean, I've been in Deerfield Beach a long time, and I don't remember if it's that specific location or immediately right next to it. There was a Burger King there, and the Burger King there was there for a long, long, long time. So this isn't new with cars coming out, making that turn, because we've had a Burger King there before. So this isn't something that, you know, oh, I'm going to have, you know, a drink in my hand and have to make that turn, because we've done it before with the Burger King in the past. So I think it's worth taking a shot. I sat down with the applicant's attorney, and I think the bypass lane is really the key to this particular location, because whereas the West Deerfield store and even the other stores that Chick-fil-A has, if you're in that one lane and you get your food and you're behind somebody who hasn't, you can't go anywhere. But in this particular location, you can, and that's going to keep the circulation moving. So I don't think there's going to be a rush of 50 people coming all to Chick-fil-A at once with that spill coming out onto the various locations. So I'm hesitantly okay with it. I do have another concern though that I would like to address with the applicant that nobody has talked about yet, and that's the west boundary of this particular property. So there is residential to the west side of this property, and you can see where the green is next to the brown lanes. They've included some foliage in there, and you may have caught very early on in the presentation that there's a 6-foot wall that separates this location from the residence. Our code allows up to an 8-foot wall without a variance. I would like to see that western property line be 8 feet, not 6 feet, for a couple of reasons. One, I think 6 feet between residential and commercial is just too short. It gives somebody an opportunity that wants to scale a wall the opportunity to do so. Maybe in my younger days, I could have scaled a 6-foot wall, but I probably couldn't have scaled an 8-foot wall, at least not very, very easily. In addition to that, I think it provides an additional noise buffer between the property and the residence. And it also provides a buffer with respect to the illumination of the boards as well. Even though one will go dark later, I think that wall being that 2 feet height will add additional protection for safety and noise protection for the residents on the west side. So that's something that I would like to see before we approve this project, is that change.
Commissioner Hudak, you had a question?
Yeah, I did. Thank you for leaving that slide up. So in the upper right corner where individuals are turning into your facility from southbound Federal Highway, Why can't you have a queue lane that starts at your property line? So that relieves some of the traffic that is in the far west lane of Federal Highway. You'd have to cut out some of your property, but a right turn lane into your property as opposed to just using that last lane on Federal Highway.
You're talking about a right turn lane on Federal?
Federal Highway, yes.
Or are you talking about starting a queue lane within the property?
A queue lane within your property in the upper right-hand corner.
So within the property, we can't because some people will park and walk up to a pickup window and as well as curbside pickup. So cars.
No,
will-
I'm talking about in the upper right corner.
Commissioner, are you talking about a southbound right turn lane into the property or?
Yes.
Yeah, and I believe Mr. Mizrahi can speak to that, but I believe the traffic study studied that particular issue.
Yeah, we studied both the intersection to the south, intersection to the north on Eller. We also studied both driveways, the driveway that connects to the alley on Eller and the proposed driveway. That's currently it's a variation of the existing driveway, it's just a little bit more spread out. And there was no turn lane warranted for this project.
But as the developer, could you not include one, whether it was warranted or not?
There's a non-vehicular access line that
I'm sorry?
there's a non-vehicular access line currently at the property line that would not allow for that.
And I'm asking if you can include one.
That's not a determination I'm able to make on this.
Again, I'm not a traffic engineer, just a land use attorney. I would say that there's a lot of factors that go into that. One is whether or not the movement southbound traffic warrants a turn lane, which is what the traffic study based on the standards it did not. The other thing that factors into this is that this is an FDOT roadway. We did get the approval from them without the need of a right turn lane. FDOT also has specific standards with respect to its right way with respect to turn lanes, the amount of storage, the distance from the uses to the north. All of that has to get factored into a turn lane. So it's not a simple matter of just simply agreeing that we can put a turn lane in because there's a lot of other considerations and entities that have standards that may wholesale prohibit it anyway. I hope I said that right.
And to add to that, we wouldn't have enough right-of-way dedication on our property. We would need the adjacent development to also dedicate right-of-way to provide a turn lane.
All right, thank you.
Vice Mayor Parnas.
I don't know. We have a right turn lane on Military going into the village. How long is your property to the entrance? From the end of your property to the entrance?
I'm going to see if I can get it on a dimension site plan here. So you'll have to give me a moment.
Sure.
Here. I'll take off my glasses because I have better vision without them. I'll ask them if they find it before me. I'm sorry, Commissioner, I'm not readily able to see that, but my understanding from the testimony that Mr. Mizrahi just gave is that because of the length from the north property line to the entrance into the property, the egress entrance in order to provide a right turn lane that would have the storage, the taper, everything that's typically required, even for a shorter one that's by FDOT standards, it requires a dedication of additional land adjacent to the right of way from the property owner to the north, which is the Dunkin' Donuts and not under our control.
You don't know how many feet from your entrance to the end of your property?
It's less than 100 feet,
How many?
less than 100 feet.
Gee, our right turn lane runs 50 feet. We got approval from the state, the county, and the city within 10 days
So
on Military Trail.
right turn lanes,
Right turn into Century Village where 16,000 people live during season and 8,000 live there all the time. We now have 3 entrances, 2 with right turn lanes, and the third one will be, soon as the new guardhouse is built, will be applied for. So it can be done.
So right turn lane by FDOT standards require at least a 50-foot taper
Yeah.
And then a deceleration length on top of storage length, and we can provide that just on our site.
I don't know how we did it, but we got it done.
Yeah.
Drive by, you'll see the right turn lane on Military Trail. It's only about a year old.
And it could be, I mean, again, I'm not a traffic engineer. I don't know if it's apples to apples or apples to oranges. If the military road and military trail in that area has a different classification than federal. I can't speak to that, but I'm not disputing what you're saying. We only know that what the standards are with respect to the right turn lane in this particular location per FDOT.
Okay.
Thank you. Can you bring up slide number 9 real quick, please?
I
Look,
can't approve it the way it is.
I will say this, we are fortunate that Chick-fil-A wants to come here into Deerfield Beach and the proprietors are experts in this area. I love how everyone becomes an amateur restaurateur and they don't think that they've figured out how many people are going to work there, where they're going to get the number of people to work there, how they're going to handle garbage and deliveries. It's figured out. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt that they know a lot about that and they can handle it. If you've ever been to a Chick-fil-A, the one thing I will say, it's the cleanest operation you'll ever find. And despite the disaster that is the West Deerfield location with traffic at times, the staff and what they do is a well-oiled machine out there and directing things. It's extremely impressive. It's still a mess, but it's extremely impressive. And part of the reason why is just because of how small that location is. The bleed over into the public shopping center is the only thing that saved it. How people dine now, I don't know what restaurant you've been at or what Chick-fil-A you've been at. Certainly you haven't been to the one in West Deerfield. You're saying that a lot of people use the inside dining room. They don't. The most empty part of that entire parcel is where people park to go inside because everyone's in the drive-through. Now, it does have features that one doesn't. You guys have planned for that. You've put that in here. But part of the problem you do have is the same problem you have over there. And that is you have one real exit that's going on the Federal Highway. Just like at that location, that has absolutely only one exit. It's a left or right-hand turn in a busy shopping center. So they have problems there. I am confident that they can figure out a way to be able to direct traffic that doesn't seem as chaotic as what people will think. And I've been doing this long enough and seen many of these projects come forward that a lot of the fears and a lot of the points people try to make that they say are going to happen simply don't come true. I've approved enough of these projects. I've rejected enough of these projects to see that a lot of the fears that people have with noise or lighting go directly across the street. The very first project I ever was a part of and voted on 14 years ago was across the way, and we adjusted some lighting on a drive-through window that was there because we were worried about bleed over to the residents in Little Harbor behind there. It just didn't happen, even after it was built and the accommodations that were made. Some of these things don't come to fruition. It's not a bad thing to bring them up, but putting so much weight into them and going as far as some of these arguments are, they don't really hold a lot of water because I've seen it and it doesn't really come to fruition. Now, what does come to fruition, and when you look at this, and by the way, I love how everybody's a traffic engineer suddenly. The traffic, it's flawed, it's flawed. It's not flawed, but there are gaps that are always missing with these traffic engineering things. It's a science to it. They look at capacity and how things can fit in, but the reality is those of us who live around these things and use them and we know the traffic patterns better than whatever any diagram is going to come up with or whatever formula you're going to figure out, because we know the tendency of people, because we see it. We're there. We've seen it. We've done it. I see what happens on the one out west. I've seen it on all the other Chick-fil-A's that I've gone by, but this one I know very well because it's really right in my neighborhood. And I believe there's been a huge effort to try to overcome this. But in my opinion, there's a couple of points that have been made that don't, that this location and this spot, that doesn't really work for me. One, and it was a point that was made, is that the turn lane proximity to Hillsborough is so close. Everybody that goes through here, the exception of the few, they're gonna go back, taking the northwest exit, are gonna pile on there. Any delay on on Federal Highway, whether it's caused by Hillsborough, now look what's down the road from Hillsborough, you have a fire station. Fire trucks are coming out of there, suddenly all that traffic stops because they've got to pull out. That's a delay. You've got backup there. The trickle effect on the backup, it's going to be extremely popular. I said that the proprietors are experts in this area. A really good point was made tonight is they know, they have an idea of how much capacity as far as customers are coming in there. They picked that location for a reason. All right. Federal Highway right there, great spot. Absolutely. It's going to be booming. It will be booming because they do a good job, popular restaurant. No one here is arguing against that. But the location there is problematic. So when we pull out of there and we go to the right, there's also a slight bend in Federal Highway there. Slight bend. So that might not seem like much, but not being able to see completely clear when you go to make a right on what is happening on Hillsborough as you pull on there, to me is problematic. That makes this location a little unique and it becomes even more problematic. I think that the length from the northwest going into the neighborhood and back into there is a pretty significant distance. And I don't think it's going to really back up onto Eller necessarily. But I do think the problem is with the Dunkin' Donuts and how it exists and how it's poorly formulated, it's going to be problematic. And if you go look at the Dunkin' Donuts that's over on Powerline Road, over by the sports mall. Yep. Now that's got a lot of space there. It doesn't really affect the residents as much necessarily along there, but you really still have some limited capacity. And because of that poor design, I know how that traffic pattern works, and it doesn't work very well. You're going to have that same problem here. I think that's going to affect you there. If anything, I would see that more as, if you want to have that as another exit, okay, but as another entrance, I think that's problematic. And look, I don't see there being a lot of walk-up traffic personally. If you think where it's at, that's a pretty good ways to walk to get to kind of get through there, unless you're going on that back alleyway, which doesn't seem very safe to me to do. It seems like it's a pretty good ways for people to walk. So, you know, we have 16 outside seating areas there. I would be surprised that people are coming there to dine in the middle of the sun. Here right now, I could cook chicken on my hood, much less sit out there and have to go someplace and have somebody else cook it for me. Now, look, some of the comments that have been made here, I think we're all kind of on the same page. We have concerns about this location. I think that they've done a really good job trying to make this work, but I don't see it working. I still think there are bottlenecks that are created despite you go from 3 down into 1 on the exit. I think that's problematic for me. I think a reconfiguration of the spot might be better served to figure out a way to do it. The fact that you're doing a covered section there is a huge benefit. The Chick-fil-A out west, with the storms that we've recently had, with the tables that are set up, with only having that one window, that's why the comparable, I disagree that the comparable shouldn't be made, but I think for different reasons. The reason why is because that's so small there. The tables that are set up, a big storm comes up, all the employees have to grab all that stuff and bring it inside. And it's not designed or built that way to then easily do that. That just caused another backup and a huge delay. And I've heard that because I know residents, my family, I know plenty of people that go through that and experience that. So the reality is this is a very optimistic design that isn't necessarily based in the reality of people's habits in things that can come up. There's too much, in my opinion, too many factors that a few ripples in this is going to create a really negative impact that we've already seen over here. Do we need to consider other things that are going to be built? Look, the bottom line is there's nothing there now. Anything that's built is going to be an impact compared to what we have. It's always going to be the case. And you know, would you like it in a different location? That's great. If Mr. Hers wants to go and buy property over on Dixie Highway, you can find a lot probably this size, if it's probably owned by 3 families, and none of them want to sell. So if you want to make a oversimplified remark on a very complicated issue that's along there for cheap points, go right ahead. The bottom line is this is a city that loves to talk about how we're one city, but boy, we like to talk about districts, don't we? Not an easy solution for this. That's not the answer to just say, let's put it in a different spot. But because it's very different. This location for this type of business and the thing that's hurting is your own success. Is that I don't think this works. This isn't something that I could pass or approve from where I'm sitting. Yes, ma'am.
Jana Loda once again for the applicant, and I appreciate all the comments, not only that have come from the public, but also from the dais tonight. Certainly, it's clear that the operations of not only the West Hillsborough site, but other sites are impacting people's perceptions of how this site's going to operate. Certainly, the more sites that we open, the better the operation at all sites in terms of bringing down the capacity and demand. With respect to the back alleyway, I just want to point out that like our peak hours tend not to be the AM, which is clearly the peak hours of the Dunkin' Donuts. So I don't think that you're going to see the conflict in the back alley, but we certainly understand and appreciate the comments that were raised, not only by you, Mayor, but by others in the audience with respect to the ingress and egress off of Federal Highway, in particular, as far as the exiting and the risk of there be some potential stacking on the site. What I'd like to offer, because we certainly want to have the consensus of the commission moving forward, is if we may defer the item to revisit the site plan to see if there is not another way. I mean, we've done a number of refinements already to kind of arrive at where you're at tonight. But to see if there's not something we can do to address that issue that was raised by Vice Mayor as well as you with respect to cars exiting the site and having that capacity for them that may be waiting to be able to get out onto Federal Highway, to see if there's that we can address that. So that's kind of where I'm at, because again, we've worked collaboratively with staff over the past year, and I can one more step in that effort. I do feel that a lot of the fears and the things that you've heard tonight are likely not going to be realized. I appreciate that you recognize the operations that Chick-fil-A has. They are a Class A operator. But again, we are a member of this community. We become very involved in our community, and this is one step towards that effort to see if we can't do something to refine the site plan just a little bit further and bring it back before you.
Just so the record's clear, so the applicant is requesting a deferral?
A deferral to go back and to see if we can't propose an alternate exit or better stacking on site for the exit. I think we've pretty much addressed everything else with respect to our circulation, the stacking coming into the site. But what I heard, one of the singular issue for you, Mayor, and also for the Vice Mayor, is the traffic leaving the site onto Federal Highway.
I wouldn't say it's singular.
Well, I'm sorry.
There are others.
I got
and
it.
I think there have been a lot of good points made by the public here tonight on it that should be considered in. But yes, that is a major factor.
Understood.
So we're going to defer it.
It's up to the commission. You could vote on it. You could defer it.
I'll make a motion. Yeah. I make a motion to defer this until they reapply
Well,
When you say reapply, you mean
the site plan,
defer until they address the issue with the
till they address the issue
traffic
and-
circulation,
and other
egress.
And the 8-foot wall,
What was that, Mike?
and the 8-foot wall.
you're making a motion for a deferral on this.
Yes.
Anthony,
Right.
can you
And
give
I-
us some guidance?
And I propose no objection from the applicant, I take it?
Yes, we'll seek to go back and revise the plan and hopefully come back before you soon with a revised site plan.
Second,
You have a motion in a second, you can defer it or
Motion in
no?
a second. We have roll call, please.
Commissioner Drosky,
Yes.
Commissioner Hudak,
yes.
Commissioner Preston,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parnas.
Yes.
Mayor Gantz.
Yes.
Okay, we are now at item 6, which is a presentation of the City of Deerfield Beach Community Development Block Grant Fiscal Year 2023-2024 Annual Action Plan.
Good evening, Mayor, Commission.
Jonathan Salas, Director of Community Services.
Jonathan, you want to give us, can we just take a 1-minute recess, let everybody clear out for a moment? Because I want everybody to hear what you have to say. I know there's some people that need to leave. So
Absolutely.
it's at 9:27, give us till 9:28 and a half.
Okay, that works.
Run, brother, run. I was just thinking about, I thought they were out there, that's all I was thinking. Sorry, Jonathan, go ahead.
Jonathan Salas, Director of Community Services, and tonight I have the privilege of presenting the CDBG Fiscal Year 24 Action Plan. Next slide, please. So this is a brief agenda of what we're going to discuss in the presentation. You can go to the next slide, Heather. So the purpose of the action plan, this is something that we have to do annually. It's due to HUD, and this just pretty much outlines the activities that the city anticipates utilizing their CDBG funds for fiscal year 24. Next slide, Heather. So CDBG is a federal funded program through HUD, and the city of Deerfield Beach, we're an entitlement community. So with that being said, each year we get an allotment of funding from HUD to utilize for housing assistance and economic development programs. So the purpose you'll see there is for decent housing, suitable living environment, and better economic opportunities. So this is the purpose of CDBG funds. Next slide. So with any CDBG activity, it must follow the national objectives. And you'll see there, the first one is to benefit low and moderate income persons. So 70% of these funds must benefit low to moderate income persons. The second one is to eliminate slum or blight. And then the third one be urgent community development needs. Next slide. So these are some activities the city can implement with CDBG funding, which we've utilized several of these programs. We've done public service, rehab, home ownership assistance, and several programs on this list. You can go to the next slide. So again, I mentioned we're an entitlement community, so we have to submit this plan to HUD each year. And this plan will talk about how we plan on utilizing our funds, as well as how we utilize non-federal funds as well as resources to engage in programming for the community. Next slide. So here's a timeline of where we are with our action plan. It's very important that we have citizen participation. So we had a pre-development meeting May 1st, which we met with the community, and we kind of outlined activities that we can move forward with our funding, and they provided insight. And then now we're here, public hearing tonight. And this action plan requires 2 hearings. So we'll come back before you on August 1st for adoption and approval. And currently right now we're in a 30-day public comment period, which ends August 1st as well, which allows the residents to come by the Community Services Department and they can take a look at the plan and provide any comments or suggestions that they feel necessary. So to prepare this plan, we collaborated with several departments within the city, as well as the Housing Authority and our Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. They played an integral part in this plan as well. Next slide. So here's the priorities of the action plan. We want to increase access to affordable housing. We want to provide infrastructure improvements and want to increase access to public services. Next slide. So now we get to the meat and potatoes of this presentation. This is our 24 activities, fiscal year 24 activities. So we want to look at water and sewer improvements throughout the city. Our senior transportation program, this has been a hot commodity. We used to fund it at 25,000. This year we increased it to 35,000 based on ridership, as well as we have a 20% allocation of our funding that we can utilize for planning and administration. Next slide. So here's the income limits provided by Broward County for our HUD funded programs. And if you look to the far right, you'll see the moderate column, and this is the maximum subsidy amount to qualify for any of our programs. I typically go with a household of 4. You'll see that the maximum is $115,200 that you can make per household to qualify for any of our programs. Next slide. So this is our CDBG target area, and what you'll see here is census tracts. And anywhere where you see red, those census tracts have 51% or higher are considered low to moderate income residents. So in these areas is where we can do the projects. As I mentioned, a sewer and water project can take place in any one of these red census tracts. Next slide. So timeline, we're in our public comment period. We're here tonight as part of our hearing, and then we have to submit this plan to HUD by August 16th. Next slide. That's my presentation. Any questions?
Yes. Can we go back to the slide that depicts the area where you can have, yes, that. Now you said that you can have, you got sewer.
Water and sewer projects is what we anticipate. Correct.
My question would be that being that this is the case, have you in fact targeted an area in this map?
Yes, we targeted several areas on which we have to look at our funding, as well as we have to look at what price these quotes come in to determine if we can do more than one or one particular one based on pricing. So we don't have the most amount of funding for CDBG, so we have to keep it within the confinement of our funding.
You might do one project, but depending on how you look at this, you actually accomplish.
Possibly. Absolutely. Any other questions? Thank you.
Madam Clerk, did you have your light on?
It is a public hearing, so I don't know if anybody wants to comment on this.
Public, do we care to comment on this item?
No vote taken tonight from the commission.
No vote. Okay.
Joe Chansey, 4250 Northeast 4th Avenue, Deerfield Beach. On the record, off the record, you guys got more activity than the Planning and Zoning Committee, by the way. I had a question on I guess on the map that you guys had to kind of piggyback off of Commissioner Preston. The areas that you guys targeted, you know, I guess it depends on the funding that's available. My question to you would be, is sewer and water, is it improving the lines to the residents or to the community, to the business? Exactly, like, how do you guys determine priority, right?
When you're done.
Okay,
with
okay.
your question.
Yeah, that's kind of my thing. I mean, I see the area map, the area in red, but, and if I'm getting my geographical area, so it looks like it goes far as south as Sample and as far as north as Hillsborough. So basically the city itself. So, east, west, how do you guys prioritize which area is gonna get, if you had to pick one?
Thank you, Mr. Chancellor. Just so you know, also what this does, all this map does is show where HUD funding can go. Doesn't mean we're not using funds from other areas to do projects throughout the city, but this is, if we're gonna use HUD funding, this is the areas the ones in red, that's the only places it can be used based on the census. Is that correct?
Okay.
As far as priority, again, it depends on, I think we've already got some prioritized areas based on what our needs were, right?
That's correct, Mayor. We are focusing on a project where we can bring water sewer to properties that could then be developed for affordable housing. So looking to get kind of a twofer out of that, the use of those funds.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? Yeah. Okay, Mr. Christopher.
Hi, 517 Northeast 6th Avenue. I just had one question. He said that we're an entitlement community, and in order to be qualified as an entitlement community, does that mean we have to have a need in the city for affordable housing? That was my only question.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else from the public? I'll close it to the public. Can we answer that?
So the city of Deerfield Beach has been designated as an entitlement city because, as you see on the map, we have several census tracts where we have 51% or more of the residents in those census tracts who are considered low to moderate income.
So it's more about low to moderate income than it is about availability of affordable housing.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Commissioner Preston.
My question is that the city manager said that we're looking for a twofer. So if we were to look at getting water and sewer in a particular location, that would infer that presently you don't have it there, one, or two, you're looking to improve. So in this situation, the twofer is that we probably don't have it there. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are now at the public comment portion of tonight's agenda. Persons addressing the commission shall state his or her name and address and may speak for 3 minutes unless extended for 1 additional minute by the mayor. This is the time for public comment on items that are not on the agenda. If you have public comment on an item that's on the agenda, the time to do it is after I read the title into the record and the mayor opens the public comment period for that item. No comment shall be made related to the personal life or personal qualities of any person, and no language which would offend persons of ordinary sensibilities shall be permitted.
Daniel Shanetsky, 34 Keswick B, Deerfield Beach, 33442. Good evening, commissioners. Deerfield Beach is going green, and I think that's a great direction to go. I want to spotlight on 4 great paths that Deerfield Beach is undertaking right now, going green, that will benefit its environment, its land, and subsequently its people. First of all, Deerfield Beach has developed a composite pilot program. The city of Deerfield Beach has been awarded a grant through the U.S. Department of Agriculture for $300,000. The grant funds will be used to fund Deerfield Beach composite pilot program, and the program will test composite collection strategies that can be utilized citywide. The collection is slated to begin in early fall. The city has been sending out surveys to help design the program that is the most efficient and best suits the residents and businesses of Deerfield Beach. Now, composting is organic matter that has been broken down and decomposed, and it could be used as recycled as a fertilizer or a soil amendment. And some great benefits of this composting program for Deerfield Beach is specifically, number one, conservation of the landfill space. A lot of the landfill space is very expensive to operate, takes up a lot of space. By composting, we could save a lot of the space in the landfill. Number two, in the Deerfield Beach landfill that we have on Monarch Hills, a lot of the landfill has organic waste, breaks down into very volatile gases, pollution, it smells. This program composting could alleviate that. Thirdly, waste expense savings. Deerfield Beach pays for transporting and disposal of solid waste. By composting, we could save the city a lot of money. So I think that's a great path. Number two, Deerfield Beach has implemented a shredding program. Paper and cardboard rolls that could be used, the shredding could be used in composting, which can go back into the soil. So it would benefit Deerfield Beach. Thirdly, Deerfield Beach is now a proud member of the Interlocal Broward League of Cities Solid Waste Working Group. This gives Deerfield Beach a key seat at the table with our 25 other Broward County city neighbors. It explores creating its own solid waste disposal and recyclable processing authority, which would give some great options for Deerfield Beach and what to do with its garbage and its waste materials. One option is to convert garbage or waste materials into electricity. And fourth and finally, Deerfield Beach is part of a team of 3 municipalities who have participated. May I have a minute? Thank you. Who have participated in a regional project of sand renourishment. This renourishment has placed 233,000 cubic yards of sand in the beaches. Deerfield Beach sand area has been enhanced by 33,000 cubic yards of sand, and the 17,000 feet of shoreline along these 3 cities, Hillsborough, Deerfield Beach, and Boca Raton, has been enhanced at 1/3 of a cost of the way we were getting the sand before. And finally, I want to congratulate the city of Deerfield Beach because it has won a national award for the best restored beach from the American Shore and Beach Preservation Association. And they're going to be giving out that award in October of 2023 in Providence, Rhode Island. So I think Deerfield Beach is along a great path, and it's due to some great leadership. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
John Slattery, 1455 Southeast Fifth Place, Deerfield Beach. 2 things I'd like to touch on. One, I missed the last couple commission meetings, and I'm sure you guys missed me too. Sorry about that. But I kind of heard that there was a review done on some of the city events and looking at and prioritizing what participation has been. And the impression I got from the person that told me about it was perhaps that might have something to do with future funding for these events, and that MLK and Juneteenth were low on the participation. I don't know if this is accurate or not, but it's an opportunity to say this. I'm hoping that if that is the case, that we're looking at how to better engage with that part of the community to get better traction with that, rather than looking to defund any of those events, because we wouldn't defund any of the events that are happening on the beach if we had low participation in a 2-year period. So I'm asking that if we are looking at funding, that we look at increasing funding and enhanced participation rather than go in the other direction. The other thing is, I live on a small street called Fifth Place, and only about 6 houses on there, but there's a good sized pothole. I like to call it a sinkhole, but I don't want to be overly dramatic. That's growing in that roadway there. I'm hoping that maybe some attention could be called to that. I'm not sure who else to ask other than you guys. Between 13th and 15th Avenues and Southeast Fifth Place. Thank you.
Hey, Francis Fagan, 3500 Southwest Satoro Boulevard. I want to touch on about 3 items. Number one, I'm like Mr. Slater stated, I wasn't here to the commission meeting, about the defunding of some of the things in the District 2. Might as well say it like it is, the Black community, Juneteenth, and also the MLK. First of all, Juneteenth. It needs to be, I am on the board of Pompano. I've been on their board for 15 years. Why? Because they educate about Juneteenth. There's no education, all this about boogie woogie in the city of Deerfield when Juneteenth. It's no educational funding or function put it on to let people know what Juneteenth is all about. I have brought that to some of the members that that is on that board. Nothing has been done. So the people that want to know, we go where we want our children to be educated by Juneteenth, not to be boogie woogie all day, like what the city of Deerfield do. We want them to be educated for what Juneteenth is about. Number two, I'm so glad I've been going up to the focal point. It's welcoming. You find that the people that are working there now welcomes us. People of our color, we're welcome. Before we was not welcome. That's why our tax dollar was paying for a system that was not benefiting us. We were not welcome. We were going to Pompano, taking ourselves down to Pompano to the EPAT lockers. And Mr. Hudat said, good, let us continue to go. But now we feel like we're welcome. So Mr. Hudat, we are here, we are paying, we pay your salary. And so we thank you for what you said and we don't forget. Thank you.
Sandra Jackson, 386 Southwest 35th Avenue. I was not here at the meeting also. And I did hear some things. I'm not sure. I didn't get a chance to look at the video. I'm asking you guys, please do not cutting fundings for some of the events that we do have, especially in District 2. I know you guys, so you may not get the participation out there, but remember, we're not on the beach. And everybody on the beach is not the resident of the city of Deerfield Beach. So don't say they're getting a lot of people from the resident of Deerfield Beach if you're not taking a survey when you don't know. Yes, we do need to get a lot more things in our district, in that district, to bring the people out. I can't say a lot because I am on the board and education is one. You know, we only can do but so much and we don't have the final say so. But I'm asking you guys, please don't cut the funding. We do need more funding to bring more stuff into our community. I live in District 4. I grew up in District 2, but I love my whole city, as you know. I don't care what district we're in, but we need to come together. And this event, the last event was pretty good, but please do not cut the funding. If anything, please give more money toward the funding. Okay, thank you.
Dan Hurst, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. I again need to apologize to Commissioner Drosky because I first want to talk about beach garbage cans again. I have no idea whether it is too late to stop the purchase of the 100 new beach garbage cans, but I at least want to share with the commission the opinions of the taxpayers on social media. At the end of June, a scientific poll was released on various social media sites asking the following. Hello, Deerfield Beach beachgoers. We are conducting a scientific poll regarding the garbage cans all along the beach. Please look at the pictures and answer whether you think these garbage cans are in need of being replaced with brand new garbage cans. Of the 482 people that commented, 98% wanted the existing beach garbage cans to remain, with some of them commenting that a few needed pressure cleaning or new plastic tops. 2% of the respondents wanted the garbage cans replaced. Now, if the will of the taxpayers will not be followed and the contract cannot be canceled, then at least let the taxpayers try to understand the decision-making process of David Santucci and how the taxpayers can have more input before the fact instead of after the fact. After all, it did not take that much effort to get 482 beachgoers to voice their opinion. And I believe it was Commissioner Drosky who said the commission was getting complaints about the garbage cans. If this is even true, did those complaints come anywhere close to the 472 out of the 482 people who said leave the existing beach garbage cans alone? On another topic, I am actually getting very worried about the financial health of Deerfield Beach. There must be some large unknown expense other than the fixing of the pier that David Santucci knows about, but is not sharing with the taxpayers. What other possible reason could there be for David Santucci refusing to lower the operating millage rate, even though the commissioners made it one of David Santucci's goals in his last performance review? Besides the $6 million in additional property tax revenue projected for the next fiscal year, David Santucci found it necessary to raise the stormwater fee by 27%, the fire assessment fee by 10%, the sewer fee by 9%, the garbage fee by 6%, and the water fee by 5%. It's a good thing we only have 5 fees for David Santucci to raise. Let's not forget about the $23 million the city received from the federal government and the $850,000 in annual savings for making the taxpayers pay for using their credit card to pay city bills. So please, may I have 30 seconds? I don't even need a minute. So please, David Santucci, please let us know about this secret large expense that is preventing you from lowering next year's operating millage rate. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Is there anyone online? Ms. Freitag, you travel fast.
Katie Freitag, 418 Southeast 2nd Street. So I live so close. I want to take a moment to thank Commissioner Drosky for attending the Kiwanis Christmas in July event, and hope that we as a city can participate a little bit more next year, as the involvement in this event is so needed for and truly appreciated by all of the homeless families that benefited from the supplies that we provided. It was a great event. It's the first time Commissioner Drosky's been there to witness it firsthand, and hopefully we'll get a little bit more city involvement next year. I agree with Sandra as to the education is definitely the key to participation in events. And that is one of the major aspects that we are missing when we are presenting events like Juneteenth and Kwanzaa, things like that. I also think that they definitely need to be broken up into more than one day. Juneteenth isn't just a day, we should make it into an entire weekend. And that way we can escape the potential hazards like weather cutting the event short. And lastly, what is going on with the pool at the Aquatic Center? We have lost so much revenue, and I want to see if it is being charged back to the consultant and the builder. These guys this is their job. I put in generators. I have to know my job. I have to know my permitting. I have to know my electric. I have to know my mechanical. I have to know my structural information before I go into a job. And I wholeheartedly believe that if I didn't know what I do know regarding those projects, that I would be the one that would be eating the time, the dime, the everything. And I would be the one that would be reducing my costs and my amount that I'm supposed to be paid on this project because of my lack of ability to get the job done in a timely fashion, knowing what needs to be done. If the bubblers aren't in the right place, that's my fault as an engineer and as a consultant. And I really hope that we are taking some drastic measures to get them to get the job done, to also verify. I was told that the consultant is related to the builder. So he's obviously not going to try and screw his relative. He'd rather screw the city first. So I'm just, like to see something happen with the pool and see if we can't get it done one way or another. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on that?
Good evening. Janice Fillmore Tigner, 1090 Southwest Fourth Terrace. I have a question, and they're doing the sidewalk project in District 2. And I know they did over in our church area. And my question is, when we came out of church Sunday, it was the area was such a hazardous area, because where they did the sidewalk, it was like a buildup where a lot of rocks and debris and stuff was still there from the people doing the sidewalk.
Which church?
Church of the Living God, I'm sorry, Southwest Sixth Street, Bishop Leroy Sturbridge Street, my apologies. So it was just like we couldn't park there. Everything was blocked off. That wasn't a problem. So I don't know if they gave proper information to someone else at the church that are we going to lose those parking spaces that were there? Some of them are handicapped, which are right in Commissioner Preston, the dynamics of the parking space. And now I went back by there tonight before I came. So they've built back up the area where in the front of the sidewalk and on the opposite side, closer to the road and the easement. And are they going to replace the grass there? Or is the church responsible for replacing that grass that they dug up to put the sidewalks down? The grass in front and behind the sidewalks. So that's the question.
Unlike the swale.
The swale, yeah, right by the road and in front of the going towards the entrance of the church. So, okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, I'm gonna close it to the public. Mr. Santucci, can you give us an update on the pool?
Absolutely, Mayor. On Friday, I was at the pool. I watched what is called the dye test. And what the dye test is it's a requirement to see how quickly the circulation within the pool turns over. And so staff, the consultant, the contractor, like I said, myself, were on site along with local Department of Health representatives from Broward County. Everyone seemed very, very pleased with that outcome. In fact, one of the things we're able to do is also lower the flow rate to reduce the turbidity of the water. They allowed us to do that, and that was a really good thing for them to do within that process and not have us go through a second process for that. However, the local DOH official is not the authority and the approver. So all the information that he derived from that dye test goes up to Tallahassee. Tallahassee will make the ultimate determination. When I say Tallahassee, the State Department of Health will make the ultimate determination of approval of the variance at an administrative level. Once they do that, then the local Department of Health has the go ahead to complete their permitting in the final inspection of the pool. The day we receive final inspection of the pool and pass, we will be able to open. What I do not know, what I cannot provide, is how long it will take the state and the local DOH to complete their process. I don't expect it to be longer than 6 weeks. I don't expect it to be 2 weeks. So these are unfortunately things outside of our control, and the state and the local DOH has been very slow throughout this entire process. So we do feel pretty good about the dye test. We do feel pretty good about the information that we provided to the state DOH for their approval of the variance, but we have not received that at this time.
Thank you. I do encourage everyone to go look. It was our budget workshop that we talked about funding. We looked at the funding numbers that we had and what we were spending per event. To say that we wouldn't cancel one on the beach or defund it, we did eliminate some of the things and consolidated it because it made more sense. It was too much of an impact on the beach, despite the fact that it was extremely successful. But if you look at some of the events that were discussed, it is a disproportionate amount of money that we're spending on certain events than we are compared to others. Now, some of those events that are we're spending a fortune on are that we're not having the same success we have with others. We spend more time and energy and messaging than we've done with any other events that we do in the city of Deerfield Beach. And yet we're still not hitting it. They've got their own board, some of these events that give guidance to it. There's been no fundraising by the board or anyone to kind of bring in any additional funding. And I don't even know if that's really their role to necessarily do that. But maybe I misunderstood the comment, but I didn't know that Juneteenth was going on for 15 years. They had a board set up for that in Pompano. I don't think that's accurate, but I think that might be something else. But it's not like we did that. I was going to say we did. And anybody who attended our event, look, the whole reason we debated it so long when we first approved Juneteenth in particular was because we wanted an educational portion of it. I mean, that was a big part, supposed to be a big part of it. Maybe we missed that mark, but we have a board to give guidance to that. And I don't know what's coming from that. So maybe we're missing the mark on that. I thought there's some really cool features at the one this year. There's some really cool things that were done. So yeah, the family tents, but I'm not sure how that's educating the public necessarily on what Juneteenth is. But there's certainly ways. No one's abandoning it. No one's removing all the funding. It's adjusting it to make sense to allow something to grow, as opposed to pouring a whole bunch of money into something when you're missing the mark. I think that's what the debate was. The debate's not done, but that's what the debate was. And that's where it's coming from. And I don't think it was for all of those other events. I think it was one event that was scaled back. Am I inaccurate in that? One event. So anybody saying it's others, they're not telling you the truth. Go look at it. We had a pretty lively discussion on it, probably more lively than it needed to be. But yeah, I mean, so that's where that's from. And I'll let you comment on that as well, Commissioner Preston. I know you got your light on.
What some of the comments you heard, Mayor, is actually when we look at some of the more successful events that we have in the city and doing a comparison to those events, it was a comparison made to, for instance, Sip and Stroll, and they are very successful, and they are, but it's not a fair comparison to, like, to say, when you look at the Juneteenth numbers. Why? Because at Sip and Stroll, you got alcohol. Anytime you have an alcohol element, people are going to show up. You take that away, you won't have as many people. So I think this is what some of the people are saying, is that it's not a fair comparison. And actually, the other side of it is, for the amount of time that Juneteenth has been around, you don't take money away from it. You say, this has only been here a couple of years. Oh, 1 year we don't see what we want to see, so we take money immediately away from it. If this was, something that had been studied, and we had actually tried to interject certain, ideas into it and it wasn't working, then certainly it's worth some kind of an evaluation. But this is so young, and it's trying to get off the ground, and it can't get off the ground when you don't have buy-in from everybody. You shouldn't have taken any money away. It was the wrong thing to do. As you said, the debate is not over. We'll see what happens with that. But
he's talking. How about let him talk and not you? Is that okay? Because he listened to you, man. Please.
So it will take, what we have to do is understand that how early we are in this process of a very young event that this commission embraced, and before the federal government did it, by the way. And it's growing nationally. It's growing big nationally. And I really believe it can grow as big in the city of Deerfield Beach. But what it needs is input that allows us to be able to do something, and flexibility to be able to create that educational component. But what is going to happen is that immediately when there is a suggestion the funds be taken away, it's automatically now that program is going to struggle. And it creates for that program a struggle, because if that the first year or the first couple of years, there is a challenge with getting people out, we need to study what that is, but then take the funds that you have existing and redirect them, not take them away.
And I think that's a valid point. It is disappointing that two members of the board are so misinformed that they think we were taking funding away from other events, but we weren't. So I don't know where that came from, but I think that's the kind of game that gets played with game of telephone. So take a look at it, look at the debate, look at the numbers, look at what the analysis that was done, and help us give us some direction what we think should be done differently to make it more successful, or any of these events more successful on that. Mr. Santucci, can you address the issue with the church and the sidewalks?
I'm going to have to defer some of that to our Director of Environmental Services, but what I can say as she's walking up is any disturbance that we do to anybody's property, we will go ahead and make sure that we harmonize that. In other words, bring it back to its original condition, put the sod in, remove any of the rocks and those sorts of things.
Oh, yes, sir. You didn't need me here for that because you had it right on point. This is Priscilla Sigalnik, Director for Environmental Services. And yes, we restore everything that's disturbed to equal or better condition.
And Mrs. Jana, could you please just get with the individual who talked about that and just look at some of the specific concerns around the church that she had to address that with her individually?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
I
you.
will. Thank you.
And if it's all right, I'm gonna address the garbage can issue a little bit, because I saw some of the emails coming back and forth, and I saw some of the stuff that was sent to me by Mr. Hurst, and I want to take a look at it. Can you bring up a picture of what was put out there in this scientific study? So these are the two garbage cans that were used, and this is the one I saw. I don't know what other websites were being used, but this is the one site that I saw. Now, this particular site, by the way, this is scientific. I don't know how you determine if there were Deerfield Beach residents or not, because matter of fact, one of the admins on it doesn't even live in the city. I believe he lives in North Carolina now, and you can only get on this site or be a member or post things. They will delete things if they don't like your opinion on it, and they will also only allow you to be a member if they give you approval. So I don't know how scientific. I think it's a pretty narrow market and what you're going with, but this is what was presented. Now, looking at that, okay, I can see where some people might have some concerns. One thing we can all agree on is we all agree that the beach is the one crown jewel in the city that we are extremely protective of. We know how much revenue that generates. Can you bring up some of the other pictures? But here's what we hear as elected officials. And when you walk around the beach and you look at things and you go, what can be better? What can look better? What wasn't shown are these garbage cans, because these garbage cans are in the beach also. I know that because I took the picture and said, why does our beach look this way? Notice in the scientific survey, those weren't presented. I think if I had shown you those pictures only, you would say, what are you waiting for? And why do they look like that? Well, they look like that because one, they're old. Two, they're on the most destructive environment you're going to find in South Florida. Salt air right on the ocean. And this is what you have to deal with. Can you show a couple of the other pictures? Not only that, they're not really the only types that we have out there. We have these as well. And we have the ones that are black over there. We have some of the garbage cans that look like that. Then we have some with wood around there. Doesn't look like we have it together as far as what we want things to look like in the city of Deerfield Beach. So we have a regular garbage can, you see it residential. You have the ones to the right. Some say recycling. We don't do recycling in the city of Deerfield Beach. I know that was confusing to some of the people who, I think I only saw 16 comments on the one post on the one particular website that I think Mr. Hers is an admin on now. If you look at these, look at the destruction that is done on these cans that exist now. If you can keep going, show the rest of them. So the city of Deerfield Beach decided to take money from the American Rescue Plan, ARP money, $245,000 to do beach enhancements and improvements. Do you have the latest ones from today also? To show you what the city of Pompano has. So you can get an idea of comparison. If you want to be scientific, take a look at it. This is what they have. This is what their beach cans look like. Now, granted, one of the people I saw posted on there, of the 16 only people that I saw reporting, which I didn't think all of them lived in Deerfield, said, why don't we just put up Rubbermaid cans? Because those will look great on on City of Deerfield Beach. That's what some of the cans look like in Pompano, but not all of them. You've got some that are just regular trash receptacles, kind of like you saw that we have. You've got some that have the slats on there. Some of them look different. Some of them look like that. We have that problem. So do you want our beach to look good, or do you want to do it on the cheap? If you want to be cheap, go for it. But guess what? Those garbage cans for Pompano aren't cheap. They're actually more expensive than what we paid for ours. I believe that the number that I hear for a dispatch litter and recycling receptacle is over $1,500 per unit. And that's what the Pompano has on the ones that look good on the beach. You want to be cheap? Okay, that's one direction you go in. But you take some of those cans, and you notice with the recycling, what are you going to do? Chip off and chisel those to make that design and logo look good? That's going to look real nice. If you want to look like it's a yard sale, fine. Or if we're doing some kind of home remodeling project done by an amateur, you can let your beach look like that. We'll just keep it the way it is. But I think we all agree that the beach is worth more than that. If you're taking money from the federal government to put towards it, yes. Is it expensive? Yes. But do we have a picture of what the real ones that we're going to put out there look like, so we can at least have it look uniform and good and long lasting on the City of Deerfield Beach? Isn't that what we all want? We can repurpose some of these cans and put them in other areas. The garbage cans that are out there over by my house at the Villages of Hillsborough Park, they look very different than the ones by the beach, and they're going to. We're going to have them uniform depending on where they're located at. Parks will be a little bit different, but the beach area, it's a whole different world. You want to be cheap? Be cheap. I'm pretty sure that if you go on to whatever the 700 number are of people that are only limited or allowed to report on a Facebook post that may or may not live in the City of Deerfield Beach, I'm pretty sure that they're going to look at that and say, you know what, this is a ridiculous argument.
Yep.
And it's not exactly a fair representation of what we were expressing our opinion on. You know, people run for office based on what they think people online say. That's a real stupid way to do things. You've got people commenting that live in Boca, live in other cities that aren't here. I don't think that's a real scientific way to go about it. But one scientific way I do know is the vast majority of people who voted for us to put us in office, because we wouldn't be sitting here if we weren't a majority vote receiver, support, not always going to agree, but they support what we're trying to do on the beach. And that is improve it and make it look good. And I think that's a worthwhile investment, especially when it's not affecting your tax bill from the City of Deerfield Beach at the end of the day. So I don't know how scientific my approach was, but I think it's a hell of a lot more accurate than what's been put out there to the public and this misrepresentation by people. You guys want to run around with it? Go for it, have at it. But that's what the garbage cans on your beach look like. If you're happy with that, give me a call. If you're not, call me also. Thank you.
Okay, we are now at consent, agreements and expenditure requests. Items 7 through 11 are currently on consent.
Are there any polls from the commission?
No.
Okay. Is there anyone from the public that, just by show of hands, would care to comment on any of the items in the consent area? 6 through 11. Thank you.
7.
Anyone? I'm sorry?
7 through 11.
7 through 7, 11. Okay.
There
7
you go.
through 11. Anyone? Anyone online? Okay.
Motion to approve.
I'm going to close it to the public then. We have a motion to approve all of them.
Yep.
For consent.
Second.
We have a second. By Commissioner Preston, all in favor. Oh, so we have to do a roll call on that.
Commissioner Drosky,
Yes.
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parnas.
Yes.
Mayor Gantz.
Yes.
Item number 12 is a resolution of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, relating to the provision of fire rescue services, facilities, and programs in the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida. establishing the estimated rates for fire rescue assessments for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2023, directing the preparation of an assessment roll, providing for a vacancy adjustment procedure, authorizing a public hearing, and directing the provision notice thereof, and providing an effective date.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie Tinsley, CFO, City of Deerfield Beach. And I'm here to present the fire assessment review and our recommendation for adjustment. Tonight, I'll just go over a little bit of a background with the fire assessment and where we are currently in FY 2023. And then the 2024 budget development, expenditure impacts, and then recommendation for rate adjustment. All right, so thank you. The background in FY 2019, the City of Deerfield Beach had a study done, and the study came back with that at a rate of the residential rate of 301, that would be the 100%, the max 100% funding for the fire accessible part of the fire and rescue expenditures. The city adopted a rate of 235 for FY 2020, and then subsequently the same rate for 2021 and 2022. In 2022, we did another rate study, and that came back with a rate of 372 for 100% funding for the fire assessment accessible portion of the fire rescue expenditures. And that rate would generate a net revenue of $21 million. And that's the maximum amount over a 5-year average estimate of expenditures, net any of some of the revenue streams that they do is attributable to fire accessibleness. The City Commission adopted a rate of 295 for FY 2023, and that generated a revenue of around $16.4 million. And just so you know, just as a reminder, that the fire rescue contract that was approved for FY 2023 was $31.7 million. Okay, next slide, please. And so during the budget development of FY 2024, the initial fire rescue consideration requests or their contract amount was projected at $33.1 million, which is a net increase of $1.5 million or 4.6%. We worked the numbers and we're recommending 310 as the initial budget development rate. That generated additional revenue of approximately 800,000 or 4.6%. Subsequently, we received a revised consideration request of $33.6 million. And that additional increase was the effect of legislative changes that took effect July 1, related to the increases in the employer portion of the FRS contribution. So the overall increase for fire rescue from FY 23 to 24 is 1.9 million or 6.3%. The rate that would generally match that increase or portion that's related to fire accessibility is the rate of 314, and that would be to keep pace with that increase. The recommended max rate for consideration per resolution, as a resolution that is attached, is recommended at $324, which would generate approximately $1.6 million more in revenue, or 8.8%. However, the max that the commission can consider, of course, is $372 for the residential rate, which would generate, again, this is still the same $21 million. And again, That's based on that 5-year average. However, that 5-year average did not anticipate the legislative action that took place this year. Next slide. Okay, so it's a little bit complex here, but just kind of want to go through and kind of show how we try to do as much of an analysis as we could in analyzing the fire rescue expenses and revenues. So the first column is the current state at FY 2023, 295. The total fire rescue expense is a combination of the contract and additional fire pension payments that we make is $39.1 million. Looking at all of the sources of revenue that we receive for fire services that we provide, the fire protection, of course, assessment fee of $16.7 million. That's to $295. The Hillsborough Fire Agreement, fire inspection, fire plan, ambulance services, and then the public safety PMT program. Those are the identifiable fire rescue related revenues that do come into the general fund. And so that in total is 21 million. And so the excess of expenses over the revenues is $18.1 million. And so that equates to a millage value of 2 mills. So in order to make up for that amount, it's about 1/3 of the millage rate for FY 23. And so it did the same thing for planning out 24. And so did the analysis based on what's the current rate at 310, rate at 314, 324, and 372. And so as you can see, the fire rescue amount has increased expense-wise $41.1 million. And so that's what's the anticipated expense for FY 24. The fire protection assessment was analyzed at each one of those rates. And so of course, the amount of revenue that will be collected ticks up each time. And then we have estimates for all of the other revenue streams. And so basically at each rate, we receive a little bit more revenue outside of the millage rate. And then the excess over each one is 19 points. So if nothing changes at 295, the excess expense is 19.6 million, or approximately still the 2 mills at a third, at almost 2 mills. And that takes into account the growth in the assessments and the value of the mill. And then as we go up to 310, it ticks down a little bit. And of course, until you get to the 100% at 372, the pull on the millage is only 0.78 as the value, because we're only compensating for 7.7 million. And so next slide, if just a different look at that, we took the slide that was presented during the June workshop to show average condo value, average single family value for Deerfield Beach, and then of course the Broward single family average value, and layered in the fire assessment fee. And so to give a total impact to a homeowner or a condo owner, and what you would say would be a daily rate or impact of that change. And so at 295, assuming no impact, a condo owner would have a daily impact rate of $1.97 or $2. The single family average value, $3.79. And then single family Broward at the average value is about $5.28 per day. And at this point, out of their ad valorem tax, approximately 2 mils is going towards the additional funding that is needed for to cover fire rescue. And that's an impact of $19.6 million as a contribution. And so then the next slide, we just tick up each one with the 310. That's the change. And then, so we see that single pennies on the dollar change that occurs. Yet the impact for the general fund lowers significantly 18.6 mils or 18.6 million or 1.9 mils. Next slide. If we took the value to 314, 18.5 million or 1.87 mils. And you see that it becomes from 197 to 202 per day for the condo. And then the next slide. So at 324, it's $2.05 for the condo owner. And this is at the 324 is where the max resolution is. And that amount would be 10.5 million on a pull on the general fund or 1.06 mil. And we're not saying that we're increasing the mills, just to pull on the millage rate.
When you say pull in a millage rate, what you're saying is it's going to cost us $10 million out of the general fund to go towards it. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah. That's right. And then at the 100% max allowable 372, it's for the condo owner is 218, for the single family is $4, for the average single family Broward rate taxable $5.49. The total general fund contribution is 7.7 million or 0.78 mils. So then the pull again on the millage rate is far less on that. So it's a shift. Okay, next slide. So some of the other major general fund increases is not only fire and rescue, but it's also law enforcement, which is 2.3 million and is fully funded through the general fund. And then the other summary of items that we did discuss during the budget workshop. So janitorial services, landscaping services, truck lift replacement, joint renourishment permit, downtown master plan, FEC rail crossing construction, historical society, a contribution, increase in property insurance, and a net increase in personnel. And there's other puts and takes that occurred in order to try to keep these increases as much as possible within the realm of the revenue streams that are available to us. So of course, we're not recommending any increase in the operating millage rate, but we are recommending an increase in the fire assessment. Right now, the budget, we're still going through budget balancing, but we're pretty close to balancing on the 310. If it's determined not to do the 310, then additional cuts we will need to make in order to take and subsidize that funding that is in there right now as part of the plan. So some of the other, of course, the ad valorem increase of the 5.6 million is helping to fund these increases that we don't really have control over, as well as I'm taking a very hard look at the sales and communication tax, business license tax, state revenue shares, things like that. But in an all combination, there's no one revenue stream that takes over and able to fund all of this. It's a combination of multiple areas, multiple revenue streams. All right, so next slide. And so just a recommendation summary, again, the preliminary resolution has been drafted at the max recommended at 324. Again, the commission can go up to 372, which equates to 100% funding for the fire accessible services based on the current study. This revenue is dedicated for fire services, and the fire services not covered by the fire assessment are primarily funded by the Avalon tax. The final rate resolution for FY 2024 is scheduled to be for consideration for a hearing on September 2023 based on your actions today. And then if you have any questions.
Yeah, can you go back like 5 slides? I tell you what number, if there's no numbers on these, so it's hard to take a look at this. Keep going. There we go. Sorry, right here. Okay. So as of right now, just to put it in a little more simplistic terms, at the 295 rate we're doing right now, that we held it over for this year or the upcoming year, we're funding our fire rescue at 79.4%. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So that means more than 20% of it is coming out of our general fund and being paid for by ad valorem tax.
As well as the rescue portion of it as well. Yes, yes.
So that's there. So if we were to go ahead and fund it 100%,
Mm-hmm.
true fire assessment fee, our rate would be at what rate?
The 372, which is the last column.
72. And that would probably only be good for this year because any increases there would obviously have to continue to go up.
We wouldn't be allowed to do another rate increase. I think you can do anything you want, but we really wouldn't be able to do another rate increase without having another study covered, right? Is that what you mean?
Oh, so it would be 372. You'd have to have another study before we.
Correct, to see
Even
if
if
this,
expenses went up, it's still 372 is all we would do.
correct, that's what I'm understanding.
So one of the things that caused us to go up is there's a change made at Tallahassee that caused the FRS contribution to go up a little bit higher. Is there also a health insurance, mandatory health insurance passed down to us that went up? Am I wrong on that?
I don't think that that may have been included in the initial consideration, Mayor, but the new change on the FRS pension contribution was new.
So the bottom line is we have a couple recommendations here. We're at 295 now. You're recommending 310. Is that what you're telling us? 324, I think.
Mayor, the rate resolution is the recommendation of the 324. But we obviously were a little bit more conservative in our budget preparation at a level of 310.
So if we were to approve your recommendation, it'd be at 324 right now. And that is the price per year for residential, correct?
Correct.
But budgetary wise, 310 is the burden we can carry.
Correct.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Commissioner Preston?
Thank you, Mayor. I think we have to keep in consideration is that we're just recovering from a social financial crisis. And so many of our residents are trying to get back on their feet. This is just my opinion. I think the 324 that's recommended is just too high. You know, and this is a funny one because this is like you knowingly kicking the can down the road. But I think this is one of those rare situations where you have to kick the can down the road because a lot of the residents just simply cannot afford, you know, an increase like that. And as I said, you know, as many of our residents get back on their feet, we want to give them some stability. And then at the same time, you know that, you know, you're trying to keep everything in check and prohibit some sort of a huge increase. So, but what I feel is that just the 324 is just too high given the economic times that we're in. It actually is a fair recommendation, but not right now, not for me. And I'm only speaking for me, it's just too high.
Commissioner Hudak, Vice Mayor Parnas, and Commissioner Drosky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now, what we're recommending today is as high as we can go. In September is when we make the final recommendation.
That's correct,
So,
Commissioner.
September, let's just say today we say 324. In September, we can't go higher than 324, but we can go lower.
Correct.
But if today we say 310 and then stuff happens down the road in September, we can't go above 310. So what we're talking about today is the max that we are allowing them to budget for. And then we can always adjust it in September. We can adjust it down, we can't adjust it up. So just for clarification.
Vice Mayor Parnas.
Yeah. I represent many people that are retired, living on Social Security. Some of them, that's all they have. But that doesn't mean they don't need ambulance service. And they don't need the fire truck to get there as quickly as possible. We have one of the finest fire departments in Florida. I've been to many fires. When I see an ambulance in my district, I'll pull over and find out how things are going. We can't always say they can't afford it. Well, they can't afford not to have the best. I will not vote to diminish the services that my constituents need. They need the best that money can buy. And many of them will say, gee, that's high. What's your life worth? What's your home worth? Minutes count when there's a fire or an ambulance needed in an emergency. My job as their commissioner is to make sure we have that service available and the best equipment and the best trained people in Florida. I'm proud of our fire department. I won't take a nickel away from what they do. I've watched them work. I've been to fires. I've been to ambulances. I've had to call an ambulance once last year. If it's necessary to meet our budget, if this is the maximum and we can discuss cutting it later, I'm for it. Because there's no second-rate service for our people. It's got to be the best. It saves lives and it saves homes. And if it means, when I got sick last year, I rode in a brand new ambulance. They let me know I was the first customer on the way to the hospital. And they were proud. They said, look at the equipment we have here. How many lives we can save. Yeah, we could go on the cheap and say, oh, they can't afford it, so we won't get a new ambulance this year. We'll let the old one service that neighborhood because they don't care anyway. No. Everybody's entitled to the best we can give them. It's more important than a beach celebration or anything else. Saving the health and the lives and the property of our citizens. And so I will vote yes for this.
Thank you, Commissioner Drosky.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure I would boast being the first customer of an ambulance, but
I'm not boasting, it just happened. And it saved my life.
the fire assessment fee always presents a dilemma. I mean, no one wants to see it go up. I mean, the fire assessment fee targets the customer, I guess we're gonna start using that word, that's using that service. So more appropriately is being charged and paid by the consumer of that service rather than the general fund. So the fire assessment fee takes pressure off of the general fund by assessing it to the users who use that service. So the higher the fire assessment fee, the lower the pull is the terminology we're using tonight on the general fund. But here's the rub for me is year after year after year, and we're looking at this chart on the screen, you know, the fire rescue EMS expense, we're just taking that, it seems like, at carte blanche, you know, when are we challenging the costs that go into that number, you know? It goes up year after year after year. So, I mean, I get it. You can do a study based upon that amount, what the fee should be, but who's actually looking into that amount? That is the correct fee. When are we ever challenging that? It just goes up year after year after year after year. When does it ever go? When does it ever go down? When does it ever stay flat? When do we ever look at those numbers instead of just blindly accepting from BSO or fire that the numbers are what the numbers are? Maybe the numbers are what the numbers aren't. Maybe we need to put pressure on the general fund so someone takes a look at these numbers and challenges that and takes a deeper dive into that. And I know we've had budget workshops and staff has said that they've done it, but I've got to believe that in a budget of $41 million, that there can't be some cost savings in there that wouldn't necessitate this number going up as high as it is every year. So that to me is the dilemma. I get it for tonight that we have to vote on a number which is the highest. And we cannot go above that number. We can certainly go below it. I don't even know what the magic number is, to be honest with you. I mean, because I get it. If we go too low, then you're putting pressure on the general fund. You go too high, and then as Commissioner Preston says, then we're already taxing the residents that are paying all these other fees that we've increased, you know, over the years. So it's a true dilemma for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Nope, it's the public, here to comment on this item.
Dan Hurst, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. Mayor, I guess we're not having any more budget workshops or discussions between now and the September vote. So I guess now's as good a time as any to bring up this kind of stuff because nobody wants to deal with it. So I just heard the phrase pressure on the general reserve. Have all of you forgot that the general reserve is at an all-time high of $39.4 million? What kind of pressure are you talking about? General fund? Okay. The general reserve is at an all-time high. Okay. Please don't forget that. The other facts here that nobody wants to talk about is that I thought we got $6 million. If it hasn't closed yet, isn't it closing very soon on that FAU lot? How does that affect the finances of the city? We hear that the impact of all these expenses are going up $8.2 million. $6 million of that is covered by the increase in property taxes. Another $900,000 is covered by the credit card fees that the city is no longer having to pay. I just went over a few minutes ago how every single fee assessment in this city is going up from 5% to 27%. So if you all don't want to talk about the budget, then I will. And if you take a look at the whole picture, you can't just isolate the fire assessment fee. You have to look at the whole thing. Now, the figure came out that there was 79.4% coverage. Well, what was that? Is that historically what it's been? If it's been at 79.4% historically, why can't you keep it the same? You certainly have the strongest financial position in the history of Deerfield Beach, and you can afford it. You're raising every single fee, and you're not lowering the millage rate. And yet you're trying to justify that every single category needs to be close to 100% funded. It's never been like that. So why is there so much pressure to do it now? It doesn't make any common sense. And the city manager will not answer these questions. I ask it time and time again, and I'm ignored. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Is there anyone else from the public? Freitag, go right ahead.
Katie Freitag, 418 Southeast Second Street. I'm a little upset. Do you actually think the services will change? Do you actually think that they would not provide top services no matter where the money comes from that pays their bills? Our schools are entitled to the best. Our children are entitled to the best, but you don't hear everybody screaming from the rooftops that we won't get good service, good students in our schools if we don't pay the bills. We are bringing in more businesses, such as Dan just mentioned, the medical building on 10th. Use that money. All our fees have gone up in the past year, as mentioned before. How many more fees are going to go up? You're killing us. There's no reason that we can't take some of the money from the general fund to use for these expenses. I'm not seeing anybody getting bonds out for new firehouses. I'm not seeing anybody talking about getting rid of the mold in the firehouses that we have currently, let alone the rats. Where's that money? That's all I have to say.
Anyone else from the public? Anyone online? Listen to the public. Mr. Crescent.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, whenever we have a debate or discussion, it is such that, you know, we're gonna agree with some things, and some things there's going to be disagreement. But there are some things that should always be challenged. And the assertion that our city manager won't answer questions, I don't know if that's true. I don't want that to be true, because as taxpayers, you are deserving answers. And you know, I don't know that you're asserting that Dave will not talk to you. I just hope that isn't the case. I hope that isn't the case, because every taxpayer, if asked questions about the money that we're spending, which is theirs, I would hope that we're able to answer those questions. Doesn't mean we're going to agree. Not at all. That means there can be a multiplicity of challenges associated with our different points of view, but you at least deserve an explanation for where we are. And so I just have not seen that. And all I can say is that I hope that's not the truth. Okay.
Thank you.
He wants to talk.
Who does? City manager. Does he? You want to talk?
If I may, Mayor, thank you. Yeah, I'd just like to say that outside of Mr. Hers asking these questions within a city commission meeting, to the best of my knowledge, he has never reached out to me personally to have a conversation to address any of the questions that he has. I do know that I believe it was at the budget workshop, I did ask the CFO to start a conversation with him so that you know, she could address any questions that he may had about the budget workshop sessions. So I just want to make it clear to the commission that I am accessible. I am willing to talk to residents. I do talk to residents, but obviously it's about the forum and when there's the appropriate time to have discussions based off of what those questions are and how long would it take to answer them. Because when it comes to talking about fees related to special enterprise funds like the stormwater, the utility, and the solid waste fund, we had hours of workshops related to this.
I'm going to encourage you to have that conversation that we had last week with all my colleagues and anyone from the public who wants to participate. I met with the city manager, the assistant city manager, head of finance for, I don't know, 3 hours or so last week, one night, and we sat here and we went over this to get a better explanation of where we were at, where the reserves are at, what is traditionally what we refer to as reserves, and where we are with this. Right now, our subject matter is the fire assessment. The bottom line is this: You've been paying, right? You're paying for it either way. The best argument that's been made tonight is by Commissioner Drosky saying, when does the cost of fire go down? It hasn't. We've hired someone. We have a new position created that's supposed to be really looking into the costs in our contract to try to see if we can get a better deal. Now, do you want to have a different alternative than BSO? We played that game before, and it certainly was not better for us. But right now, unfortunately, it's not like we have 5 other entities to actively compete. So the cost has gone up. Here's the bottom line. You want to pay for it through your ad valorem? Because we could do that. That means the cost that just went up, which is how many millions of dollars did it go up this year? 1.9. Find 1.9 in the budget you want to cut. You want to cut in a couple events? What do you want to cut? Because that's what we're going to have to do. You're paying for it. You're going to have to pay for it. Unfortunately, I don't like it, but we got to pay for it. Government in Tallahassee didn't help us. That jumped us up several $100,000. What do you want to cut out of the budget? What do you want to get rid of? Okay, because that's what's going to happen. You're either going to pay it through a fire rescue, the fire assessment fee, which hits more residents equally than it does by the millage rate. Because the millage rate, you have a lot of people that don't pay anything when it comes to their property taxes. They don't pay anything. This is the only fee they're going to get. Now, some of these other smaller fees have gone up. Yes, 27% increase. Yes, a 27% increase on a $5 fee to me isn't that big of a deal. If you're crying about that, you got bigger problems. But the bottom line is a lot of those fees have already been subsidized by the general fund forever. It's the first time we have some of these created that are there. And the whole point is they're an enterprise fund. They're supposed to make enough money to operate. Okay, that's what's supposed to happen. I do think we need to have further conversations in another workshop when it comes to I hope we're not done, because we have had that conversation we had last week, for me, was extremely eye-opening, frustrating as hell. It was extremely eye-opening. And I don't think the presentations that we're giving are broken down in a way that people can easily absorb. That's my feedback. I gave you guys that feedback last week. So I encourage you to have the same conversation you had with me, have it with my colleagues, and certainly have it, with the public, so they kind of have a better understanding what's going on. But where do you want to pay for it? Do we want to subsidize it somewhere else? Or do you want to go ahead and put it in a true where it needs to be? I don't think we should fund it 100%. I think that burden is a little too high for a lot of people to be able to pay. But if we're talking, if someone's upset we're at 79.4 and you're worried that going to 295 to 310 is going to break someone, $1 a month, $1 a month, it's going to break you. You got big problems. If that's what's killing you, you got a problem. I'm sorry. To me, it makes more sense and it's more fair. That's the way to go about doing it. These numbers are small. These are small numbers. Now, going to 372 from 295, that can have an impact on some people, especially when they're living nickel to nickel every single month. But I don't think $1 a month is going to kill someone. But going 100%, I don't think that's really right. I don't think that's what we should do. The thing we have to think about this is not just how it impacts, that's residential rate we keep talking about, but it's done on a percentage based on square footage for our businesses. And 100%, that's too much of a burden for some of these businesses to take. So, we got to figure out ways to cut costs on it, but the price is the price. You're paying for it somewhere. We're going to have to. So I'm okay with 324 in case something happens, but the bottom line is when the final vote is said, unless something completely different changes, 310 is no higher than I would go, and that would be it. So let's make a decision, take a vote.
I'll make a motion for 324.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We have roll call, please.
Commissioner Drosky,
Yes.
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston,
No.
Vice Mayor Parnas,
Yes.
Mayor Gantz.
Yes.
Item number 13 is a resolution of the city of Deerfield Beach, Florida, relating to the collection of nuisance abatement service assessments, adopting findings of fact, directing the preparation of assessment roll, providing for notice, and providing for an effective date.
Is there anyone from the public that would care to comment on this item? Anyone online? I'll close it to the public.
Motion to approve. Second.
Motion and a second. We have roll call, please.
Commissioner Drosky,
Yes.
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parnas,
Yes.
Mayor Gantz.
Item number 14 is a resolution of the City Commission, the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, indicating the city's official intent to issue tax exempt bonds in an amount not to exceed $45,200,000 to finance the cost of improvements to the city's water and sewer system, and to use a portion of the proceeds of such bonds to reimburse expenditures paid or incurred prior to the date of issuance thereof, providing an effective date.
Let me see if I can just do this quickly, Ms. Tinsley, and then if we need any additional, thank you. So what this item is in front of you, and it is actually related to the item number 15 because in this sense. So well, the very first steps when the city of Deerfield Beach wants to borrow money is we have to issue an official intent to issue tax exempt bonds. So this is the first step. It doesn't commit the city to any particular contract. It doesn't commit us to a specific amount. It is amount not to exceed. And this will allow for the future borrowing. And this is associated with our water and wastewater capital improvement projects. If you remember back in, it's actually going to be, let's see, March 7th, 2022. The water and wastewater utility master plan was presented to the city commission, and it outlined the projects that would be needed for the next 20 years in terms of capital replacements and new infrastructure costs. During that plan, it identified within the first 5 years $57 million in capital improvements and repair and replacement projects. On December 6, 2022, where we discussed the rate schedule adoption, it was identified that the rate was based off of treatment expenses and flows and is projected to increase. It was based on the historical data of approximately a 5% annual increase. And additionally, the forecast assumed the issuance of additional debt to fund the CIP projects. So the city's bond resolution requires the city to maintain rates that are adequate to cover our senior lien debt and our subordinate lien debt. And the rates that were identified and adopted by the city commission do cover that, as well as the anticipation of issuing debt. The proposed rates do comply. They did comply with the covenant requirements associated with existing and future debt. I'm reading directly from the ordinance and the backup from December 6th. So this was anticipated is really what I'm trying to say. So what we are planning on doing is probably looking at 2 tranches of debt service. One would be a bank note for smaller debts, and then a revenue bond out of the utility fund for the larger projects. The first project that would actually be covered under this is item number 15, which is associated with the ion exchange system. That is the upgrade to the water plant. And I know that I'm talking about 15. I hope that's okay, Mr. Soroka. Okay. But that is associated with one of the largest projects that we have in the CIP master plan. And I'll be happy to go into more detail on that when we get to item number 15.
That's it? Okay. Is there anyone from the public that would care to comment on this item?
Dan Hurst, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. I apologize for not being here in 2022, but I assume that some expert, because I certainly am not an expert on this, but some expert was brought in to explain that these are absolute necessities to do these so that our water system doesn't fall apart or break or whatever the right terminology is used. I'm just curious if there was some outside experts brought in at that time to educate everybody about the need for this. Thank you.
Anyone else from the public? David?
Yes, the consultant's presentation on the the utility master plan can be found on the city's webpage. Staff would be happy to go into any further details that you would like, but all those workshop presentations are available on the website. They were conducted by outside consultants to determine what projects the city would need to anticipate in the 5-year and 20-year capital program, as well as what rates would be required to support those.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Parnas?
I visited the water plant recently with County Commissioner Mark Bogan. Samples were taken and we found out some very unique information. Right now, we have the best water in Florida. So much so that Publix, the bottled water you buy there comes from Deerfield. Club soda comes from Deerfield. The water that goes into it, sodas, Deerfield. He took a sample and sent it to a private lab in North Carolina. He's doing it in every water treatment plant in the county. We're number one. We're going to continue to have clean, potable water for our citizens. We have to upgrade the water treatment plant. It's very old. It's operating, but for how long before it totally decays? Before that happens, we need to upgrade. There are new technologies that make it even better than it is. I mean, think about it. A company like Publix, big, and half of Florida, where they have bottling plants, get all their water from us. They buy it because it's the best. And I'm proud of the fact that our water treatment plant is giving our citizens clean, healthy water. And the new plant is necessary. Our water plant is old. It's functioning, but for how long? Rather than wait like Fort Lauderdale did with pipes and water, where sewage runs through the streets, we've been upgrading, fixing, repiping. And that's our future. Getting rid of the old lead pipes before they break, before sewage hits the streets. And as far as the water treatment plant, I was amazed when I went through it and watched it operate, and the filters and how it works and the double ionization. It just blew my mind that we have the best water, not only in Florida, but we're ranked in the top 10 in the country. And I'm proud of that fact that our scientists and our people that run that plant know what they're doing. This is necessary if you want to keep drinking clean water. I support this project.
Just for clarification, City Manager, the approval of this is not, that's the full dollar amount we're going out for. This
Understood.
puts a cap on. This allows us in the future to make sure we have that flexibility.
That is correct.
So signing off on this doesn't mean we're going out and getting all that money right now.
No, you would have to come back with subsequent items for you to approve. Absolutely.
But if we don't do this, we won't be able to do that. We won't get in reimbursements or anything like that down the road.
All right, so to be clear, this notice of intent is so that you can make expenditures now, and should you issue bonds, you can use the proceeds for those bonds to reimburse for those expenditures. If you make those expenditures and you don't issue something like this, then you can't be reimbursed from bonds later on. And you're not approving any bonds tonight. That would come back to you via an ordinance.
Thank you.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Motion Commissioner Preston, second by Vice Mayor Parnas. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Drosky,
Yes.
Commissioner Huda,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parnas,
Yes.
Mayor Gantz.
Yes.
Item number 15 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, approving the ranking and award of request for qualifications number 23-09-BA for the development of the design criteria package relating to the anion ion exchange system treatment upgrades for the water treatment plant operations to the top ranked proposer, Jacobs Engineering Group, Inc., authorizing the city manager to negotiate an agreement with Jacobs Engineering Group, Inc., and providing for an effective date.
So, Mayor, what this item is, now that you have approved that, this is one of those projects that we intend to begin to expense and then recapture through a bond. What this project is, it's the approval of the design consultant who will look at replacing our lime softening system with the ion exchange system. So the first point to make is that replacement of the existing lime softening system treatment process is estimated to be in excess of $26 million. The estimated cost of this new technology is approximately $18 million. We'll have more concrete costs once we go through this design exercise and actually bid it, of course. But there is a cost savings, obviously, to this newer technology. Additionally, and most importantly, this newer technology that we'll be studying, or we'll have the consultant study, is what is going to allow us to address the EPA's new regulations and or standards that are associated with PFAS. So this is a very important item. It's a very expensive item and will lead to more expensive items, obviously, when it comes to construction. But the city went through a procurement process, and is making a recommendation to execute a contract with Jacobs Engineering Group Incorporated and allow us to negotiate a final contract with them. I have staff here to answer any questions, and I'm here to answer any questions that you may have as well.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Parnas.
Yeah, this came up when we toured the plant. And Commissioner Bogan told us some of the cities says, well, the EPA is going to come and test this within 11 months. And then we're going to have to go to this system. And our question was, why are they going to wait 11 months? They're giving inferior water to their citizens. As well, if the EPA isn't forcing us, why should we? Deerfield takes a different attitude. You deserve the best quality water that we can give you. And this enables us to do that. We're upgrading to the latest technology from the EPA to give you the best water in Florida. Not just to shower with, but you can drink it and sleep nights knowing that it's clean. And it doesn't have carcinogenic agents in it. That was the important thing I learned going through the water treatment plant. So, do you want a motion on this? Okay, open it to the public.
The public here to comment on this item? Okay, anyone online?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion apparently.
Second.
Okay, motion is second. All in favor? Excuse me, roll call.
Commissioner Drosky,
Yes.
Commissioner Huda,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parnas,
Yes.
Mayor Gantz.
Yes.
We're now at comments by administration and legal. No comments from legal tonight.
2 comments this evening. Mayor, the first one is just to remind the commission and the public that we have a workshop coming up on Thursday at 7 p.m. on update regarding the Pierre Restaurant. There are some items that have been provided to you this evening in preparation of that workshop. Should you have any questions between now and then, please let me know. Additionally, I want to inform the commission about a Senate bill that was approved, Senate Bill 543. Senate Bill 543 has to do with school zone traffic enforcement. And this is actually something that is being done in other states, just out, obviously just to the north of us. Georgia, they have this as well. I don't want to say it's exactly like the red light camera system because it's not, but it has been successful in other states, but it does work the same way. And so what this new bill would allow us to do is to do traffic enforcement. And the enforcement would be for those that exceed 10 miles per hour in that school zone, 30 minutes before the school zone begins in the morning until 30 minutes after the afternoon school zone. So in other words, you are by state law able to enforce within those school zones for approximately, let's say, 8 hours. All right. So it's not like just when the school zone is in effect, meaning that you're going to be enforcing on the school zone speed as well as the regular speed in some instances, right? Additionally, to point out where we have some of our major traffic issues are actually in our school zones, in those off school zone hours and potentially within our school zone hour. So with this new law, we have staff has been in contact with some of the vendors who are doing this right now in other states. So there is the ability to explore this. I want to bring that to the commission's attention. You're obviously under no, not looking for any decision right now. I want to make you aware of what we have the ability to do as of July 1st. And the one thing that we do want to do is we want to explore this with one of these companies to at least get baseline data of what we're looking at in terms of a situation today. So I think that would be bring a little bit more education to us and to you in terms of what the current situation is, what the magnitude of the situation in terms of speeding is in those various school zones. So that's informational, also to let you know how we like to proceed unless you feel otherwise. But we'd at least like to try to get that baseline data, and that'd probably be something we would do in the fall timeframe. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, we are now at comments by mayor and city commission.
I'm already aware. I think we're all pretty much aware of that new law about the school zones. I don't know what the downside would be. I'm curious to know. There's always a downside. I'm curious to know what it would be, but I think it's something that we should definitely pursue. My understanding is that some of these companies will even come to our city and look at 5 or 6 areas that we designate for them to look at, and they'll give us the data because there's a huge competition for this business out there. I mean, the companies are already swarming to the state of Florida to do this, so I don't see a downside to it. I mean, it's public safety, and it's for a specific period of time during the day, so it's not like it would be all the time. So without knowing the downside, I know the positives and I hear it, so I'm tentatively for it unless I hear something that changes my mind. But it's something we should definitely pursue. My only other comment is that I hope that a lot of people turn out Thursday for the workshop for the Pier Restaurant. I'm very interested to hear what the public has to say and their opinions. I know what our vision is, but I would love to hear what the public has to say. So I don't have the agenda in front of me, but I hope there's a portion for public comment on Thursday night. And if there isn't, I would like there to be to get that feedback. And that's all I have. Thank you.
One of the things that I hold dear to my heart is the ability to vote in this country. Many states like ours have put new laws in to make it a little more difficult. On Friday mornings, my committee is in the main lobby on the other side of the building from 9 to 12. We check on people's registration with them by helping them fill out a form, and they take the form, it's postage free, and mail it. We don't take possession. We don't care what political party you are or not. It's not our business. We don't take any of the information off the form, copy it, photograph it, or do anything with it. We have the form from the supervisor of election with his approval. If you need help filling it out, we're happy to do it. You seal it, you take it with you, mail it, and your registration will be assured. And I do recommend everybody vote by mail. They say, why? Because you get the ballot a month before the election. Especially in a presidential election, you have 10 to 12 amendments, federal, state, city, on a ballot. You have a chance to read them instead of walking into the voting booth and say, oh my God, all right, I'll vote for president and senator. I don't have time to read all of this. It's your right to vote. And two particular items that'll be probably on the ballot next year will be a woman's right to choose and recreational marijuana. I don't care how you side on whether you approve it, you don't vote. Voice your opinion. Take a stand. This is your country. And everybody that's capable of voting should vote. So we have this project every Friday. We have the forms from the supervisor of elections. We'll be happy to help you with them. We don't care what party you are. Again, this is a nonpartisan thing. Every American who can vote should vote. That's all I have.
Thank you. District 2.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm okay with the city manager acquiring information about the safety issue in the school zone. However, I have a concern. We have a very large contract with BSO. If BSO tell me that they can't do the job, then I'll be more amenable to it. But you know, I don't know that I would just say, okay, let's go that way. Let's get the information. Let's see what BSO thinks about it. Because that's gonna come at a cost. It's not gonna come for free. It's for free.
In the end, it is a revenue generating contract, Commissioner.
But well, my point is that you'll have the negativity definitely from the resident. But like I said, let's get the information. But I would like to think that presently our law enforcement can handle that kind of problem in any type of school zone that we have. And if they can't, if they say that, then maybe I have a different opinion. That's just how I feel about it. But let's get the information first. Let's take a look at it, and we'll go from there. I'm hosting a district meeting on August 3rd, 7 p.m. at the Hillsborough Technology Center. And looking forward to that. That's it for me.
Thank you. Commissioner Hudak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First and foremost, I think it's important. Information is a good idea. Let's just see if anything, it'll supplement. I think it's important, though, that the police presence does not change, because I think just having them there is a deterrent, at least during the school zone hours. I think that's very important, but we all know that speeding in our city, in our country, is an issue. Just common courtesy on the road is an issue. So anything we can do to remind people that Deerfield Beach does not tolerate that, I think is a good thing. I thought we had a very good, lively debate today. I think we got a lot accomplished, so I'm proud of the way we all handled it. And that's all I have for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. As far as the red light cameras, you know what the downfall is going to, or the downside is going to be? Because, well, it's not red light cameras, it's school zone cameras. I'm opposed to red light cameras. The downside is going to be is in a 15-mile-per-hour zone, you're going to have people that will do 17. But
It's 10 and above.
10 and above is where they get hit. Okay. Then you'll have a lot less complaints about that. When you're doing 10 miles over the speed limit there, that's not a bad thing. But we certainly don't want to have that instead of having BSO ourselves. Exactly. I think that we're all kind of on board. We talked about that before. And I know I talked to the city manager about this earlier today, but we've had some really wicked storms come through the city of Deerfield Beach and here in the area. And FP&L needs to make sure they're doing a good job of keeping the trees trimmed to keep them off transformers. I know we've got some issues. We've got some issues over in the central area of the city. That what's that?
I was up for
You're too?
I was out for 12 hours.
12 hours? Yeah. 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 And Commissioner Preston's neighborhood had that issue there, and I know others as well. So let's make sure that FP&L is responding to that as quick as possible and trimming those trees in the area in which they are. I know the chief gave us some statistics recently about some of the what's going on our roadways, and I appreciate that. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna see if I can give you a little bit of a quote on it if I can find it, but I'll provide that. I'll provide the next meeting. It's a short. No, that's okay. I'm not gonna do it now because it's a long night already. But I thank BSO for that information. I want to thank them for continuing what they're doing on our streets. It's still out of control out there, and the motorcycles are probably the worst of it. We're fortunate we haven't had any fatalities here in a little while, but you know, some of the stuff I'm seeing out there on the roadway, it's still going on. So they had their work cut out for them. So I want to thank them and have them keep doing a good job with that. As I mentioned before, Mr. Santucci, I encourage you and your staff to kind of get together with the commission, kind of give them the same overview that you gave me of where we are with the budget. And if residents want to participate or actually, you know, they should reach out and hopefully you can be able to book some time and kind of go over some of these issues with them. Because it's important that we have this information put in a way that's digestible for the general public to be able to understand. And even for ourselves to make sure that we're understanding we're on the same page as a lot of these things that we're signing off on approving. You know, tonight I took a stand kind of against what I feel is some false information that people like to pump out there. And we see how easily people get bad information in the game of telephone when you have two board members on a board that should know better, that could have asked the question before they got here, that are actually publicly saying that we cut funding for MLK, which we didn't do. That's problematic, but it's a sign of some of the other false information that's out there. And I highlighted it with this scientific survey that someone wants to do on garbage cans. When you don't paint the full picture, it's really easy to get an opinion going on something. And to me, it's a form of lying. And that's what a lot of people are doing. So get the information out there so people understand, make an apples to apples comparison and know exactly what the real issues are. You listen to this ridiculousness about people that are upset about the cost of the lifeguard stands. Well, we've covered that. We've been through that and we weren't happy about it either, but the price is the price. And that's what it is. You can't skimp on it. You can't not have it. And for whatever reason, we have this mentality that we think that this is a DIY project in someone's backyard and that those things out there facing the front end of a hurricane and conditions that no one wants to be in out there are supposed to last us 20, 25 years. You think you're going to be able to do it by going to Home Depot? Good Lord, guys, come on, use your head. So, you know, let's get all the information out there as best we can. We're award winning. We have a great marketing team that does that. But when people put out only partial information, they're doing it intentionally. And I think that makes them liars and I don't respect them. That's all I have for the rest of the night.
You forgot to say opposed.